Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Evelyn. I'm here to introduce you to a new level of entertainment. The stars have aligned, connecting Brooklyn, New York, Sacramento, California, and Atlanta, Georgia. The team. Introducing Flatbush, Brooklyn's finest, the boss, Chef Chupino. Hailing from Sacramento, California, is Andrea Lynch. From the dirty South Atlanta, Georgia, is your boy, Victor Freeze Music, or just Vic.
Club phone jump, it's the weekend. Dream come true with the big friends. Hitting on doors, that's the defense. Rolling with all, that's the offense. Hit me, change you, let me preach it. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop bands. Today on buy and I sell. Today on buy you the kid play. Baby, tell me what you want. Julian, I know you need fun. Ever since remember we been knocking at the door. Y'all be moving paper, we be running up the school. Y'all before that pillar, we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit ain't fun. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Pop it, baby. Come roll with me. All night long. As times relax, my mind's relaxed. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, show enough. I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I put it up. Whoever let you go must be dumb as fuck. Wait far. Girl, you so fine, I pay for. Fly you first class to LA for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Cause I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. My nigga, I killed it. Night long. This the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focused, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga. Profit the One. Follow me on all Instagram sites, people.
Vibing all night long. What's up? You too. What it do? Yeah, let me give y'all some facials. Pause. What's going on? YouTube? You know what it is? You know who it is? Chef. What's going on? Welcome to the Saturday night potluck, where we each bring a dish. Peace, love, and light to everybody in the garden. So without further ado, we're going to bring up the team. All right? Give me a thumbs up when y'all ready to rock. Okay. We're going to start it off differently. We got the homie, Consigliere, the man who's always working. My guy, Vic. What it do, Vic?
Hey. You know what it is.
Hey, you know what it is. Let them know what's going on with you today.
Hey, we here. We on location for the sensation. You know, y'all came for
Whoa,
the curation.
whoa,
Okay,
he
no
came
further
for the
deliberation.
sensation. He came for the Andrea. He said he came for the sensation of the what is it? The sensation in his location.
There go it. There.
That and you give him a question, he says needs more information.
Hey,
Hey,
He always needs some more information.
you
Okay.
know, we coming with that
information man.
intellectual debauchery on Saturdays. If you see the team coming, I suggest you go that away. Oh, you like that? See, freestyle. What up, Andre? She giving y'all the people shoulder. Y'all seen it yourselves. Y'all seen it yourselves. Y'all seen it yourselves.
That's
All
hot.
right.
It's hot out here. Shit.
Andrea read the analytics.
I heard it was hot
She
in
read
Cali.
the analytics and she started noticing an uptick in certain types of subscribers as well as engagement. So she know what she's doing.
It's hot out here. I just,
Uh-huh.
y'all need to be shaving. Okay. I'm like, what's wrong with y'all?
Yeah, all right. Uh-huh.
What y'all growing beards? It's hot. It's summertime. You need to line that shit up.
Bird.
Nah.
Mm.
Nah.
Ah,
Y'all
Nah.
growing beards.
I like the Negro lumberjack look. How
yeah,
about that? But
No.
yo, what's up? Let's say what's up to the folks that's here. Hey, my guy, AR. Yo, his last name is freaking dope. Stratusburg.
that is AR.
Yeah, yo.
Okay, he be having so many different monikers. I don't
I
necessarily
know
know.
him versus her, H&S,
He said, she said.
Woman is Fear, Man is Fear, and he's also one of the board of directors of H&M. So if you want to get some nice shirts, I'm
Okay.
trusted with you. But yo, that last name, Stratusburg. And yo, that's a dope name, yo. It sound like a Marvel character's regular, not his alter ego. Like if he was a Marvel character, but
That,
then when
that
he's
be
just living the regular life, like you got Clark Kent, A.R. Stratusburg, Esquire. We gonna figure that out, my dude. Quantum Love, A1 Day One. What's going on? What's going on?
and then
Dawn, what is good? I
peace, Mr.
see you in the spot. And you see Busy in the spot, you already know
Biz,
it's
biz,
gonna
biz.
be crazy. Tanique, what's good, my guy? Welcome to the garden. Yes, please don't forget to hit the like button. All right.
Please.
Reviewing the analytics, one thing that I noticed is that when I have certain people on the show that are from different areas that have a large following, their following will come with them, visit the show, and they'll give a lot of likes. But when I have my normal folks in here, the level of like engagement is not as much. So I'm just asking, it's just a button press. Just a button press, please. All right. That was my begging face. Please. Quantum. All right. Hey, Mika Marcel's in here too. Big Rudy. I'd like everybody to
Oh,
yes. My bro, Mr. Fingers. I'd like everybody
yeah,
to take a moment before we continue to wish a happy birthday to my brother Rudy. aka my daughter
please.
calls him Uncle Rudy. Please wish a happy born day birthday to the brother. Today is his birthday.
Happy
Please shout Rudy
birthday.
out. Right. Me and this dude used to live in the same crib. Understand? Family. This is his day. All right. Please. Let me see. All right. Happy Father's Day to all dads. Let me get some happy birthdays to Rudy, please. Maybe I'm delayed in StreamYard. I'm not seeing it. But I want to definitely make sure that he gets some birthday love. Pause. Unless, of course, you ladies want to send him a little birthday love. You know how it do. Critically drinking, Arshan or
Hey,
Rashan. it's an enigma. He'll never tell us. He'll just let us call him what we want to call him. Arshawn, Rashawn, as long as he's around. Peacemaker. Yes, I'm good, Rudy. I'm good. I hope you're enjoying your birthday. Critically drinking. Who else we have here? Hey, red lipstick, aka the Terminator with a wrench. Go easy, homie.
Hey, get your shit off, okay?
Hey.
Dice.
My
Yeah.
Blizzy. What's going on, fam? Oh yeah. Oh yes. Congratulations. Enjoy your day, Big Rudy. So yo. Potluck. So I know we got different clips that we're gonna show. You know what I mean? Mine, what I have is, a couple of mine is since Father's Day is tomorrow. A couple of mine are related to parenthood. Let's say that. They related to parenthood, But there was one, since we just throwing different stuff out there. So I work for a major corporation. I'm executive for that company as well as a hiring manager, right? And I've had to deal with certain levels of arbitration on the corporate side, EEOC claims, all of these different things I can't go into. But I saw a video that really, and this is a dude that I kind of like watching. But yo, he pissed me off, man. He really pissed me off. So I'm gonna throw that up there right now. Let's see what kind of feelings. Yeah, man, that's some bullshit. You see, I'm already starting. All right, here we go.
Have you ever worked a 9 to 5, or will you? Or do you work a 9 to 5?
Yeah.
And
I sue every job I get.
Okay.
Yeah. What I do, I go on the job. I've sued Singular before, AT&T. I got $40,000 out of them in 2006, July 6, 2006, for race discrimination and sexual harassment. Quid quo pro sexual harassment. Just niggas cracking jokes on the job. Right? So what I did, I went and learned employment rights. My last 2 jobs, I got $10,000 out of that one through OSHA and got another $10,000 through OSHA. So what I do, I go find a job because I know they got niggas go be violating safety violations. So I'm going to go complain about safety violations. I know some bitch ass supervisor go get mad about me complaining and start retaliating against me. Then I'm going to make a call to OSHA and say, hey, they unsafe over here. And then I'm going to let them know, yeah, I'm the one called OSHA. And they go fuck with me. And then I'm going to make them pay me $10,000 for retaliation. I get them every time. I get them every goddamn time. I get the warehouse job. Man, I work for a gun distribution company. I got they motherfucking ass. Yeah, I'm a bad motherfucker with suing jobs.
So you go in there knowing you about to get a job.
Yeah, man, if motherfucker know I'm going to go get a job, they already know I'm the slip and fall nigga. I'm talking about I got a 100% success rate in suing every job I done work for, either through the EEOC or through OSHA. And I be trying to tell other niggas, say, homie, get in on it. They be scared. And then when I get them and they get fired, they call me back. Say, man, you think, no, nigga, I tried to tell you. When you read the employment rights, homie, they say race discrimination is broad. It's so open in America, homie, but the average employee is scared to say something. Sexual harassment, it goes on all the time. Niggas in the break room talking about who they fucked over the weekend. I'm sitting over there eating. I don't want to hear that shit. Nigga, I don't care about all them hoes. And you doing this every weekend? Well, at some point, I'm going to go to the HR lady and say, Larry and Leroy talking about women they sleep with every weekend, and they need to stop it. Well, guess what? They ain't going to stop it. And after that, I done already complained about it, because you have to make a complaint and let them know that you are uncomfortable with this conversation. Say, man, I don't want to hear that, homie. They think I'm just being a bullshit ass nigga. They don't know me. So I let them know. So on January 2nd at 12:30 lunch break, Larry and Leroy were talking about fucking Sheila. So I'm going to keep documentation. So when I go to HR, I'm going to let HR know. Now they going to be fucking with me. Now I'm a snitch at work. So now they going to be talking about me, making my work environment a hostile working environment. By this time, I'm going to the EEOC and get them. We going to go to mediation. They going to ask me what I want. Yeah, and then that's when you tell them what you want. It's so easy to get. I ain't bullshit.
And every time you tell them 10 bands?
Well, OSHA, let me just say this. The Fort Worth office at OSHA, I asked for 50,000 last time. They told me, take this 10,000 and we go dismiss the case. Now I had a good case, but they so sick of me winning. Say them motherfuckers so sick of me winning, Sean. They so goddamn be sick of me winning. They say, man, take this 10,000 and you, man, just it. But I be having legitimate cases, homie, because companies leave themselves open for that, homie.
What up, what up, what up? Peace to 100 watts, my guy. Peace to Courtney Michelle. Don't mind me. Come through with a like, please. Thank you.
Pleasure.
I appreciate you.
Chick-fil-A when you come through, okay?
Hey, I don't know what that means, but right. Wow, so he really broadcasting what he be doing. Well, he's not what I would call a 9-to-5 working guy. So if he shows up at somebody's job, you know he's coming straight for the bag.
For the bullshit.
Hustling.
Yeah.
He coming.
The boy ZB. What's good, my guy?
What's good?
What you think about that, Andre?
He hustling and he don't want to work. So he just be there and play the game and pay pretty much to the company that he works for. So every time he hustling, waiting around to see people violate rules. So that's why all he doing is sitting around waiting people violate rules so he can sue them.
Hey, peace to my brother 1,000 watts, yo. I'm sitting over here. I'm distracted off of my purpose. Okay, peace to you, brother. All right.
Yeah.
Peace and watts. Remember the Nighthawks. That's how it all started. Remember that. Might have to give y'all a Nighthawk show one of these days. Tell Andrea stay home.
Fine with me, okay.
So
yeah, he says that's bullshit.
Yeah.
And then he can brag about it. I think he didn't sign a non-disclosable agreement.
A non what?
He didn't sign a non-disclosable.
Listen, look, I'm gonna give you the pass. You know what I mean? I'm gonna give you the pass. All right, the E for effort. You know what I'm saying? Boom, hit you there. There you go. Look. You know, fucking with you. You know what I mean? Listen, I know what you was talking about. So
I would think they would make him sign one. Like he up there talking, trying to get everybody else the game. I would think they make him sign one.
Nah, the thing is, here's why.
Okay.
When it's an OSHA or an EEOC violation, that's something public. The company has to pay that due to that violation. It's a federal violation, so it's actually public record.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if there was some sort of settlement out of court, outside of arbitration, where it was specifically the company's lawyers and his lawyers that were working together, and they stated, you know, you would sign this NDA and we'll give you so much money as a settlement. But as far as the EEOC violation goes, it's different. It's different. There's no NDAs for that one.
Chef.
Right. Yes, sir.
How do you pronounce the word vehemently?
There's some people say vehemently and some people say vehemently.
Okay.
So it's tomato.
Gotcha.
You know, vehemently. You know, I might switch it up depending on how many sips I have. You know, never know. You never know. Oh, so listen. We got to go back to a little promo real quick. I'm going to drop a little promo on you. At the end of this month, it's going to be time for the release of my shoe line. I partnered with an Italian manufacturer, high-end luxury Italian leathers, suedes. I'm even going to be having believe it or not, a vegan version of one of my shoes coming out as well. But the shoe line is called Maison Choupinot. Maison is a French word that means house or house of. So it's Maison Choupinot, high end, made in the same factories that your Balenciagas, your Ferragamos, all of your high end Italian made, handcrafted luxury shoes would come from. You know, and
So Ferragamo and Valencia and all of them chicken Alfredo eating motherfuckers, I need a homeboy discount, okay? Tell them that, okay? I want to look good, but I don't want to pay for it.
well, let's take a look. Let's let the folks see what we're talking about. Yo. What it do?
First of all, them high tops is murderous.
Yeah, man. You shall be seeing. It took a little longer than I expected because there was a couple of changes when I received the prototype. So made those changes, got them sent back. They were rendered. I like what I like, and just waiting for the shipment so I could do the unboxing. High end, when I tell you high end, even down to the box. All right. But you'll see. I'm a weird dude. Somebody called me a polymath one day. I didn't know what the hell that meant until I looked it up and I understood I'm into a lot of stuff. Fly drones, build guns. I'm a chef. You know, I'd like to design shoes.
Renaissance.
You haven't even seen some of the renderings for a couple of the heels that I have set up for the ladies. Really, really. So stay tuned. All right. Yo, 100 watts. I'm trying to send you the thing. I'm going to just drop it in here. What the hell? Let me stop being strict. Sometimes you get some folks that come in and change the whole vibe. Put the link in there anyway. So come through. Papi Blanco, ¿qué te paso, hermanito? My guy. Chilling now with Colombians. My dude, what's going on? I love this avatar, man. You a slick dude, yo. You a slick dude, man. You know the ladies love that. Seeing a dad with his daughter expressing love. You a slick dude. I remember him. He's that dude that will walk around the park with the cute little puppy, knowing all the little ladies are gonna come through. He know how to render that attention. My dude. 100 watts, where you go? All right. We talked about the shoes. So
we was in the middle of a clip.
Yes.
Yeah, I was ready to go drop a clip on us. So we gonna go with Vicks.
I'm saying you dropped the clip, but you don't care about Andrea playing these days. You know what I'm saying?
Again?
I see how you don't care about little old me. You know what I'm saying? I got to start saying that's that bullshit. That's that bullshit, Chef.
Don't be mad. Don't be mad.
Which clip? You talking about the clip with Carlton? You talking about the clip with Carlton?
I'm talking about the one you just played with Charleston.
You just played
with Charleston, right? You said something already.
I didn't say shit.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Oh, you know what? My bad. I think we had seen that. We had both talked about it. prior. My bad. Go ahead, Vic. Let them know what you think about it.
Okay, so short version. He got the scammer mindset
Yes.
because he ain't got no shame.
Mm-mm.
He the kind like he's the guy that you got to make the rules for.
Mm-mm.
You know what I mean? And you know, a lot of times when you go to a company, you like, damn man, these motherfuckers tight on this shit, man. This shit stupid. It don't make no sense. Who will even complain about that? This motherfucker, because he want to get paid, not because he care, because he want to get paid.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, if these companies were not, they're violating their own rules. They're violating, state laws and well established rules in a lot of these places that play it really loose, that do make it a hostile work environment and uncomfortable for people who don't have the nerve enough to follow it through and you know see to it that they make those adjustments. You do file the complaint and they do act like they didn't hear it, or they do create a hostile work environment and uh let you go for other purposes in a lot of these at will states. So even though his intentions are less than honorable, I think he may be indirectly helping some of the people who don't have the nerve or the know-how to follow some of those things through, especially when you're talking about safety. Because on a construction site, I mean, my my brother-in-law is a high level up in OSHA, and he used to be the one to have to come out on the scene and see who got killed, but he's way up there now. But I never told anybody that while I was working there all of those years, and at any given time I could have been him and had all these dudes hemmed up for the ridiculousness that I experienced and some of the safety violations that they put us under. But a lot of those companies, they kind of they need that kick in the teeth every now and again so they don't get too far off course.
So I hear a sense. Watch this. I'm already start with you. I hear a sense of bias in terms of what you're talking about, right? You didn't speak to any level of immorality in what he was doing. You didn't speak to any level of manipulation in terms of what he was doing. What you did was you spoke to, oh well, there's other people that can't speak, so he's a positive thing. You get what I'm saying?
Did you hear me when I led with the he's a scammer and less than
Yes,
honorable?
yes.
Okay,
I do, I
I'm
do. But
gonna
then,
make you heard that part. Go ahead.
yeah, no, I totally heard that part. But then what ends up happening is you drop the person right in front of us, right? That was the scammer part. But then as you started to add an additional level of ecosystem based context, right,
Mm-hmm.
about the other people, it was almost like you started to give him almost a cloak of honor, or a cloak of necessity, or a cloak, because you're talking about he's speaking for the others that can't speak. So he's keeping people on their toes so that the others that can't speak. So what it is that you almost gave him a level of necessity within the ecosystem.
Are prostitutes a necessity in America?
What the hell does that got to do with the he
Nice
hustling
try.
people?
Just a
Nice
question.
try. Nice try. Nice try.
Big say, excuse me, I'm gonna reach right across you. I'm gonna reach right across your chest. That
Come on.
was what the fuck?
Nice try. What up, cuz? What up?
I
Big
think
Kev.
he's hustling the jobs to get paid. That's his job. He's hustling them.
I'm just asking a question. I want to answer to my question. Are prostitutes a necessary and integral part of American society?
What they got to do with this situation?
Just answer the question. I'll tell you the
Are
context.
they in wait. So wait. There's two. Nice try though, and I'm gonna tell you your nice try. Are they an integral and necessary part?
Right.
You can't combine them. An integral part of, obviously they're already an integral part of society, period. Of human society across the world. Are they actually necessary? I don't believe that they are necessary. However, they do complement certain aspects of human need. But are they necessary? No. I could have $1,000 Armani suit on. You know what I mean? Is $1,000 is the $500 Gucci tie necessary? No, it's complementary. Is prostitution necessary? No, but it's based within our yearning and need for the flesh. You know, so
Speaking of it as a luxury,
say it again.
there's a major difference between luxury and necessity. So you're speaking of it as a $1,000 tie, as if it was a luxury, like you didn't have to have it.
Okay, so I could bring it down. I could have the hamburger. I could have cheese on the shit. Do I have to have cheese on it? No. But the cheese is complimentary. Do I have to have the ketchup on it? No. It's complimentary. So that was just an example just to be dramatic. You know, we got to clip this shit, right?
Can you imagine a society without the availability of escorts and prostitution? Can you imagine what that looks like?
Yo, I just got to pause for a second. Oh no, son. It's just, do you need to get laid or something, yo? Yo, we just bit this corner, yo.
Why are we making it personal? I'm making a comparative analysis of somebody who would be seen as lesser than, or may have a negative connotation around their job class or their contribution to a situation. And people may say, I just wish they would get rid of all of these people and these motherfuckers would go away. But would you think that violent and sexual crimes would escalate exponentially without these people being available for all of these foul ass individuals who need a place to be able to release whatever that tension is that these ladies of the night provide?
Okay. So listen. First things forward. First things forward. First things first. I accept and absorb your endorsement of the ladies of the night. Right. You know what I'm saying? That's one. That's one. You know what I'm saying? I think you they lobbyists tonight, so they can send you to Washington. All right. So look, I understand what they hold. I understand what they do. I understand what. Oh man, hold on a second. So for the record, one of my aunties, she actually started watching the show. That's really wild. And
that's why you playing it safe.
What? Yeah. You just go to the page. You go to my YouTube page and you're gonna see it says live on it. All right, love it. Later. No, I was doing. Look, you remember the beginning scene of Eddie Murphy Raw with the little kid, and you said I kicked him in the ding ding. She was the auntie at all the family occasions that would give me the microphone and let me do my little comedy and stuff when I was younger. So yeah. So anyway, where's we at?
Prostitution.
He compares to the man who's hustling people to get sued.
Yeah, I don't think they. I don't
Flies
even think
serve a purpose. Pigs serve a purpose. Bottom feeders serve a purpose.
Yeah, but his job is to hustle. His job is to hustle and get paid off of people that he can find them they violating the rules. Don't you think that's a I don't know, a moral code or something? I don't know.
There's no morality. That's why he gets no compliments from me. That's why I led with he's the scammer mindset, scammer class, and he's an opportunist, and all of these other descriptive adjectives I gave him. But at the same time, I said that there are other people who aren't as prudent or as sharp on their shit, who would sit in that same break room, have a legit issue with the conversations being held in either a fear of retaliation, not go ahead, or did go ahead, did make a complaint, did file it, and then they are then bullied and retaliated against, and then they say, you know what, I'm just not gonna work here anymore.
And it's awfully funny you would say that, because you mean tell me you ain't never been in the locker room and been kiki and laughing and when they talk about shit like that. Come on now, don't lie, because you probably have.
Okay, I'm gonna
break room and locker room is two different places.
It's the
so
same
hold
thing.
on, wait, hold on. So I'm gonna say this. One thing, working for a corporation, and this is not the first corporation I've worked for, right? Yes. So I understand how things happen. I understand how the machine works.
Yes.
Part of my job is to do OSHA-based evaluations. It's called EH&S, where we make sure that we train, that everybody, hundreds of people, are trained on understanding safety rules. If it's a job that involves lifting, proper seating ergonomics. And I also, and I hate that part of the year, by the way, I have to perform visual-based inspections where I walk and I go and see, are they sitting upright? Is the monitor, at the proper level so that it's not ergonomically, wrong? The way that they're holding the mouse, all feet planted firmly on the floor, all of this stuff that's there. That's one thing. That's safety. And that's the stuff that's federally available in order to protect employees across the land. I'm not talking about that part. What he stated was he'll sit and listen to two dudes in the break room talking, right?
Yes.
Sometimes when two dudes in the break room talking at work, it's the equivalent of the locker room, because you normally don't have a locker room at work unless you work at Planet Fitness. All right. So two dudes talking about what happened. He already gave you the impression he don't give a damn about that. He's looking for a case. He's looking for a case. He's trying to drum up a case. He's trying to make some shit happen. He's trying to get to the bag.
Right.
So he specifically stated, what I'll do is I'll tell him, look, man, I don't want to hear that shit. That's one. And then after that, he states that he'll document that conversation. They don't realize it. He said it. They just think, oh, I'm just being an asshole or a hater. Not realizing that he's almost allowing them to entrap themselves.
Yes.
For his own financial gain. I'll be honest with you. It screams, and like I said, remember I stated to you that when you initially came in, I thought you came in with a particular modicum of bias, because in terms of your history as a professional within construction, you recognized a lot of safety violations where people didn't have a voice to be able to show those violations. They couldn't whistle blow, blah, blah, blah. What I'm doing is I'm also showing my level of bias based on the fact that I'm a corporate executive that has to make sure that these things, that these things are taken care of. And to know that there's somebody that would be in the midst, that's attempting to look for the issues instead of actually correct, but look for the issues and lean on the natural propensities of humans in order to get to the bag. Because he said it. I'm gonna tell him I'm the one that snitched. Hold on 1 second.
It screams and it screams that he's trapping them. Okay.
Listen, Andrea, this ain't about the two people having the conversation. This is about the company not supporting its own rules. So think about it. If you had a company, right? You had Andrea's Hair Care, right? Yes. And you weren't there. You're the owner. You're the owner, not the operator. So you set these rules up in place so that you don't get sued.
Yes.
Yet at the same time, the people that you left in charge are not supporting those rules, and they letting people go wild and go ham just because they like, it's just locker room conversation. It's not a big deal.
What I was saying. That's not what I was. Don't twist my words around. I said it screams entrapment. I'm just saying, Come on, man. We all don't been in the break room, and we don't have probably inappropriate conversation, but he's entrapping them for them to have the.
How? He's not making nobody have these conversations. He's not leading the conversation.
Can I finish? Can I finish? Number one, he said, he told me I don't want to hear that conversation. Number two, he sits there and document. So he's literally entrapping them so they can get in trouble. So I'm gonna say is
you got the wrong definition of entrapment. You need a different word.
He's premeditated almost trying to get money. Yes, he is.
Entrapment would be him talking about something remotely sexual, knowing that they're going to bring up something that and go deeper than they should. Bottom line is this: if the word you chose to describe said, "Hey, we've all been sitting around in the break room having inappropriate conversation," the key word being inappropriate because it ain't appropriate for the venue that you in. Now, let me tell you something. If you cool enough to be talking about your sexual exploits with this person, if y'all that comfortable with each other, they should have your fucking phone number. And if y'all ain't that cool, you shouldn't really be telling your business like that in the public to the point where a third party can hear you. You playing yourself. It's against company rules. I can't really understand how you can argue against somebody blatantly disrespecting company rules and policy and management not supporting the rules, and then they taking advantage knowing that this is just how it kind of works in most of these corporate environments.
I'm not. I saying they should have followed the rules. But I'm saying is don't be acting like you are a martyr and you ain't never did it before. I'm just saying some people do. Okay, so it has happened. I've been in plenty lunchrooms and it has happened. But what I'm saying is he is already saying is I have told him I don't want to hear it, and then he said I went and told HR, and then he said I'm documenting every time I hear it. So you waiting for them to have the conversation. So you entrapping them. Period.com because you are.
So wait, Andrea. So let me get a quick clarification.
Yes.
It's not entrapment. The reason that it technically, I use the term entrapment, but I was using it loosely. It's not technically entrapment because in order for entrapment to take place, you have to set about a series of events or set about a scenario or do something to manipulate a situation to force somebody into a particular subset of actions, right? So that's not entrapment. What it was he knew where the cheese was, and all he did was sit around and wait for a mouse to come and take the cheese. You follow? So it wasn't actually entrapment because he had to physically set about a subset of actions.
Entrapment doesn't mean
because the crime was it had already taken place. Entrapment forces you into committing that crime. The crime. Hold on, let me land this. The crime was technically those guys talking about smashing Sheila over the weekend. So that crime already took place. Mm-hmm. What he did was where the entrapment came in was not the entrapment of those employees, but actually the entrapment of the company. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. That's the piece. How? Mm-hmm. Basically, utilizing human nature. He made specific reports, right? Mm-hmm. He made his reports. Mm-hmm. Normally, what they tell you is if you're making a report or you're whistleblowing, that information is confidential, that don't discuss it with anyone else. Mm-hmm. What he actually did was he leaned on human nature and he stated, he went out and told them, I'm the one that did it. That's where the entrapment comes in. Because remember, I'm not talking about the crime, about them talking about getting busy with Sheila. No, I'm talking about the actual crime of creating a hostile work environment and the retaliation. That was where the that's entrapment of the company. That's where the entrapment took place, because what he did was he violated his own confidentiality. Okay. He was in what do you call it? Witness protection. He came out with his ID and said who he was.
Yeah.
He was the guy somebody's gonna try to He was the guy in the safe house that decided to go shoot hoops in the park. So he did that. That was where the entrapment took place, and he even stated it. Because now they're gonna talk mess. The supervisor's gonna be pissed with me. The employee's gonna be pissed with me. Now it's a hostile work environment and retaliation. Boom. That's where the entrapment took place. Leaning on natural propensities of human nature.
Finish?
No, I'm
Hold
not.
on. And furthermore,
yeah, okay. But
hey, yo.
Listen, you can say all of that, and it means nothing if you have a company that is operating by its own standards. When the person brought them the situation and they went to HR and they said, "Hey, I have documented cases of people violating company policy about the things that should be discussed in the public work areas and the common areas. I've asked them to cease and desist. They continue. I've taken it to management. Nothing has happened. I'm taking it to you now and filing a formal complaint." The company does not have the right legally to retaliate against you for that. That's where the lawsuit comes in.
The company,
Because
you stated the company, and that's the trick bag. That's the trick bag.
What I'm talking about. You can't. If the company follows its own policy, you can't play it. He's not suing the company for allowing someone to talk recklessly in the break room. That's not where the lawsuit comes in. The lawsuit comes in when the company retaliates against him for filing the suit. Now, the fact that the company knows
who is the company?
Hang on just a moment.
The supervisor.
Hang on just a moment. The fact that the company knows who he is, whether he exposed that or not. You might not supposed to tell how much you made, but they also supposed to be paying people fair and equal wages. So if I told a motherfucker I make $10 an hour and everybody else around here making $5, and they got a problem with it now because I told it, you can't get mad at me. So at the end of the day, what we're talking about is the fact that he brought out that he was the one who made this complaint. The company has no right to retaliate. So if the company does not retaliate,
stop saying the company, bro. It's one person.
It wouldn't matter who the person was. They represent the company.
It does make a difference because you're using the term the company. All right. So specifically, he stated his manager, and the fact that he did it, and his manager would be retaliating against him. His manager.
Did he say Joe?
He's his manager, and then he sued the company. The point I'm stating is he's utilizing individuals. So when you talk about, it would be wrong for the company.
The whole company can't.
The whole company can't retaliate against him. He stated the manager. Exactly. So then what are you talking about? He stated the manager, not the whole company.
If I hire you, Chef, as my lawyer, and you don't do a good enough job, and I have to go do all this time anyway, and I still got to pay you. You understand what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I hired you to represent me. So if you didn't do a good enough job, I might as well have represented my fucking self. So when a company hires someone and elevates them to a management position to represent their interest, so whether they let somebody run out the side door with boxes of product, or whether they allow people to sexually harass people, all of these things represent them as a company, which is why they incorporate to protect themselves from personal lawsuits, because they know they're coming.
Okay, so I'm gonna say
that's
this.
Why you hire qualified management to represent you.
Yeah, I hear all of that. So I'm gonna say this. Okay, I'm gonna say this, and I'm not gonna let it get sidetracked with all of the company individual stuff. But I'm saying this. This man clearly stated that he would witness and make sure it checked to see violations. He would report it. And under the fact that he's supposed to remain anonymous, he would choose to allow his supervisor, one individual, to know he was the one that made the complaint. Why? Because he would want to lean on that supervisor's humanity and pride and ego. Okay? So he would be doing it to piss that one person off, and he would wait for that one person to do something human, and then tell the company, aha, I gotcha. So what I'm saying to you is it wasn't actually the company retaliating, it was the manager. And that's the thing that he would be doing. He would be leaning on the weak. Hold on. He would be leaning on the weakness or the humanity of some of those people in order to elicit his financial gain. But is it really the company? No, of course. Yeah, they hire you to do a job. We all know how it works. They hire you to do a job, so you're responsible. You know, they're responsible for what you do. But is it really the company retaliating or him finding a weak link? Him finding a weak link and exploiting it. Come on, man.
That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing.
He didn't say he did that to one company. He didn't say he went to a mom and pop organization. He didn't say he went to a mom and pop organization and exploited this particular individual.
What difference would it make if it was mom and pop or a corporation?
You got to hear the point that I'm making, Chef. What I'm saying is that he's saying this is a hustle that he does. So that means this is something ongoing. He's not doing this to the same company. He's doing this for company at the company because he know that's how they play it. So it's not really an individual thing. This is just a culture of corporate environments. So at the end of the day, he kind of can, if you're that fucking predictable, then that says something more about a trend or a pattern, just like the stock market. It's a trend. It's not rigged, but it is predictable. So at the end of the day, what I'm speaking on, whether we're talking about the company retaliating or individual retaliating, there should be no one in that company retaliating against that man, especially no one in a position of power retaliating under the company's name. Now, if he went after that man off the clock, then so be it. But to use the power that the company has given you to punish that man for something that you've written in your laws that he asked of. He gave you a request and say, hey, can you please handle this? You did not handle that thing. And then when he made the case before the lawsuit happened, he made the case and said, hey, can you fix that? You didn't fix it. And then he says, hey, well, I'm the one making all the fucking noise. And then you, instead of you saying, okay, you know what? We're going to move this guy to somewhere else, into a different department where I'm not at, or wherever the case, you try to get him jeopardize his livelihood for holding your feet to the fire about a policy that you made or that the government says that you have to enforce. You can't listen. I'm not no fucking square, and I'm cool.
Look, yo, hold on a second.
At the end of the day, you can't
don't normally curse all the time. You don't normally curse all the time. I told your punk ass that my aunt is gonna be listening to the show, and now you tried to peace, Fifi. Peace, Fifi. Love you.
I'm so sorry, Auntie, for your ears.
I'm messing with you. Look, she walked into the Lions Den. She knows what it is. She knows.
I left the presentation conversation alone. Now I can't pass. We'll go to church.
Keep going.
So that's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, they made their rules. That he asked them to enforce their own rules, and instead of them enforcing their own rules, they turned around and tried to get him fired. And for that, now he has grounds for a legal lawsuit.
That's not what he said, though.
They gave him all the material you need. You can't be mad at that man for being smart enough to see him coming.
Play the piece. They did not try to get him fired.
What do you think he's talking about when he says retaliation? What do you mean? What do you think he means by that?
Play again.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Play the clip again.
I do this for a living, right? Mm-hmm. So just when I say this, he did not state they tried to fire him. What he stated was they created a hostile work environment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's a difference. If all of a sudden, because you went and you made a complaint, and now I know you made the complaint, and you made sure that I know you made the complaint. Now, if I treat you differently than any person, if I look at you differently, if I talk to you more stern, if I grade your work in a certain way, because you can prove that I know. How can you prove that I know? Because you told me, and you told everybody that you were the snitch, right?
Right.
What happens is it's almost a setup, because now any complaint you have about me will be retaliation. Retaliation and creating a hostile work environment does not mean attempting to fire somebody. Creating a hostile work environment is pressure. It's a little whispering. Yeah, you heard
Wait
about her.
a minute, Chef.
Come
Now
on, man.
I respect the fact that you do this for a living. But so because you do this for a living, I'm gonna hold you to a higher set of accountability. Are
Come
you
on,
trying
come
to
with
tell
it.
are you trying to tell me that this man went and had a lawsuit to the point where they said, hey man, listen, man, just take this money and get out of our face? Because we
No,
seen signs. Wait a
he
minute.
didn't
I didn't
say
ask the question.
lawsuit.
I didn't ask the question yet. The question is, do you think that he's winning these multiple lawsuits without ground to stand on? Now, these are major corporations paying out big dollar tickets. So you best believe that they got lawyers on retainer and on deck. So you telling me that he got a case so flimsy, but these major corporations can't just help but hand their money away to a scam artist that's talking about retaliation that doesn't exist, that he's just making up, that he can't prove? Or is it legit retaliation because that is human nature?
Now you gonna allow me to answer?
It's a
I'm gonna
question.
drop. Um, Here's the answer to your question. If I chose to do a job where I report to the IRS everybody that moves a decimal point, cheats on their taxes, takes deductions that they know they really, really shouldn't take, that fudges the numbers. And I just find myself in a place where I'm going to find every person that does that. Am I really a great person, or am I somebody that's just exploiting a defect within the system? We understand that even though due to corporate guidelines, you're not supposed to have those types of conversations. We recognize that. I recognize that.
Mm-hmm.
I've had to admonish folks based on that, right? But in terms of stating all of that, bro, we recognize that human nature is human nature. And a lot of times certain laws are there not to totally eliminate a particular type of behavior, but to diminish and make it smaller, to create a safe environment, a risk-free environment. So when a company don't go and think, you said lawsuit, it wasn't lawsuit, it's EEOC violations. So the EEOC person asks, the one who represents you asks, what is it that you want? And then the company will decide if they're gonna honor your request. But then when you see somebody gets 40 grand, don't get it twisted, buddy. It's not because they believe that the case was so big and grand. You understand the type of high, like you said, high-powered lawyers? They have conference room full of lawyers getting paid $300, $400, $500 an hour, billable hours. So sometimes they think about, you know what? Is it going to be worthwhile having all of them work and dissect this guy's life and all of that? And we spend money, it might cost them 250 grand to adjudicate it. So 40 grand is just a mitigation, but it's not a lawsuit. It's not a lawsuit. All I'm saying is that he's laying in wait. He's waiting. He's waiting while you're cooking. He's waiting for that grain of salt to hit the floor.
Right.
And he'll be like, look, he's being dirty. You use the right term, bottom feeder. But before we continue, I gotta, we gotta love, we gotta send my guy, Uncle Stu, old man on the block. What it do? Great to see you back in the streets. Great to see you back in the streets. All right. What Mika said, some of these big companies settle and don't go to court and throw a few bucks. All right. So we got somebody in the back, and then we also got somebody in the front. Pause.
Pause.
Sorry. That was whoa. Yeah. So we got some folks here, is what I meant to say.
Yeah.
All right. You know what to do, Mr. Best in the world. Okay, but look, we gotta let 100 Watts go first because he's been quiet.
Yes, sir.
So 100 Watts, let these folks know what makes him a special soul within this universe.
Oh man, I'm special because I'm me. Plain and simple. Well, with everything that y'all talking about, I think the only problem is the intention. is too much focus on the intention instead of the act itself. Because let's say the scenario was someone who went to a job and actually had the intention of doing that job, but they found those violations and they went through the same exact steps that he did. They would be perfectly fine in taking those steps because they came to that job and they found some shit. Now, because his intention is to go to the job to find the shit, people got a problem with it. It sounds like there's a disdain for this gentleman because his intention when he goes into the job. But at the end of the day, if you know what somebody's showing up for, then what you mad when they do exactly what they showed up for? If because for me, all I need to hear one time is somebody say they uncomfortable, they don't want to hear something or want some of that shit, especially at work. If I hear it one time, I make sure I take the steps to never talk about that shit around you ever again. I don't care if we outside in a parking lot by our cars clocked out getting ready to go home from work. If I know you uncomfortable with me talking to Jerome about what we did last weekend, as soon as I see little Brandon come out the building, hey bro, hey, I'll see you later, bro. Matter of fact, I'll text you when I get to the crib. Something like that. So I really think it just comes down to the intention. It's simple as that. Because what he's doing is not wrong. He's following the rules. He's going through the proper chain of command. He's annotating everything that goes on, which is what most people require. Like he's doing what people require in a situation like this. So he's doing what he's supposed to. I mean, is that the lifestyle that everybody about to be living? Nah, that's not for me. I'm not about to be hopping from job to job looking for that. That's just not how I get down. But he doing what the fuck he came for.
All right, I'm about to drop something, and it's probably gonna piss Vic off, right? One of the things you talking about when we have that overarching conversation about us leaving the hood, and when I say that we need to get the hell up out the hood, we don't owe the hood anything, and you stated that it's unfair to the people that remain there that we don't do something to help out. So then my question, and I speak on community policing, right? So question for you, Vic. Do you think what would have been more impactful? Him doing what he did in order to get the bag, or him actually having a regular conversation with those guys like, hey, brothers, this is not right. This is against company policy. I don't want to hear about you guys smashing Sheila. You know? He overheard the conversation and he stated that he purposely made sure he told them he didn't want to hear it so that he can add that to the case he was building on the company. But let me just land it. So the thing is, and this is for Vic though, Vic got to answer it. So what would have been more positive? Because you're laying this out like it was some positive moral, like he was some kind of martyr and he was positive and he was trying to create change and all of that. Do you think him communicating with those gentlemen or even working in a way with the company to fix the situation would have been more positive or impactful as opposed to him trying to generate a bag?
Let me tell you something.
Confidential informants. He took the cash reward. He took the cash reward for snitching instead of fixing.
As a guy who did what would be the it wouldn't be considered honorable per se. It might even be considered foolish because I should own the construction company I work for all the things that happened to me and things that I've seen that I shut my mouth about. But I use those things to allow anonymity or not anonymity, but immunity from punishment for the other foul shit that I wanted to get away with, or the other times that I wanted to be late. And it just gave me, Superman card to walk around here like, hey, I got all y'all secrets. So the exploitation is exploitation. I never held him to any standard to say that he was a martyr or that he was honorable or that there was anything. And that's why I made sure that you heard me. So I don't like to be misrepresented in my statement. I made sure that you heard me when I said that I led that he was a scammer, He was an opportunist, and he had low moral character through the way that he approached the situation. But just like a lot of things that come out of evil and harm done, you burn down a forest, guess what? Those ashes fertilize the soil and allow new things to grow. So out of something that would be considered destructive, can great things come from those things? A lot of children have come out of, less than productive situations, and we would see those as positives or benefits. So what I was saying is that the things that he's doing, even though his intent might be foul, or maybe even his actions, it requires that the company hold themselves accountable to the rules of the state, to OSHA's rules, to all of these standards that they set even for themselves, all the way down to everybody who they choose for management to represent them. And it requires them to actually enforce the laws that they have on book, to make it comfortable for people who don't have the nerve, the heart, or the know-how to follow through the way that he was able to, using his intelligence through scamming.
Bro, you can use all the words you want to use. I'm gonna just say this before we move forward. Like I said, I believe that's some bullshit. And here's why I believe. Hold on. Here's why I believe it's some bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Change was not what his goal was.
Mm-hmm.
Change was not what his goal was. So you sitting here talking
It
like
don't matter what his goal was.
Hold on. It don't matter. No, it does matter. You sitting here talking about like he's some bastion of change or some kind of freaking hero. He was a dude that was,
I never said that. I will not allow you to misrepresent my words, Jeff.
Was a dude. No. I'm not misrepresenting it. I'm telling you what I believe the impact of your statement is. So that's my opinion, right? Because it's not necessarily a fact, it's my opinion. And what I'm stating to you is this, that it's almost giving him some sort of hero or corporate change kind of status when that was not his intent. His intent was to get to the bag. He's the one that's going to go and he's going to watch to make sure to catch the people who may trip up when they're walking, but he's going to follow the crippled ones. You get what I'm saying? So I don't want to give him any honor. I refuse to give him any honor. You're giving him honor as though he's a level of necessity within the ecosystem because he forces companies into all of that. Fuck that. He ain't no social justice warrior. He's a dude trying to get a bag. And what he's doing is he's chicken hawking, and he's looking for people that may be not as intelligent, okay, or astute as him to watch them make mistakes and figure out a way to get a bag based on that mistake.
We way past him.
It's wrong. You call him a hero, not me.
We way past him. But one question I got to ask you: Is George Floyd a hero?
Come on, man. Come on, man. Yo,
Is George Floyd a hero?
Ask it again. Ask bro. Wow. If conflating was a person, if
is George Floyd a hero,
bro? Come on, man.
George Floyd got to do with this?
Yo, son, I'm gonna be quiet for a second. I'm gonna allow you to kind of pull back on that one because come on, man.
Who's waiting in the wings to get paid?
I see you coming like soft and white.
Come on, man.
Hold on, I want to hear Andrea. What you saying?
His mentality is to get paid. Period.com.
Is George Floyd a hero, Andrea?
Well, I gotta answer. No, he ain't a hero.
You ain't answering that one question I asked. You ain't answering
no. My answer is no. So what's the next point? No.
Some people would disagree. His face is muralized.
I don't know who some people is. I never met a person. I
know that they're not you, but I understand that there are people who feel that way. Or there wouldn't be murals of him everywhere.
How do you feel? Forget some people. How do you feel?
It don't matter. I'm making the point. I don't have to agree with all those people. I don't agree with y'all. But I can think objectively. I don't have to put my personal emotions into everything. So all I'm saying is that
what does George Floyd got to do with a guy who's scamming to get money?
Allow me to connect the dots for you, Andrea.
Okay, Lord have mercy.
George Floyd, a very unfortunate situation that happened.
Okay.
But through this unfortunate situation, a lot of people have verbally outright, I don't need to name them, called him a criminal. Oh, he put a shotgun to a pregnant woman's belly. He's the scum of the earth. He's this and that. But what happened to him, however unfortunate, whether he brought it on himself or not, however unfortunate that situation, it brought about a major change in the way policing is done and the attention that people wanted to come to the police brutality. He brought an even bigger light. His death and his passing, however unfortunate, brought the biggest light that has ever been shined on the problem with policing in America.
Yo, are you a god or are you a human, bro? We talking from the human level. We're not talking from
Call it what you will, Chef.
extrapolated
Acknowledge
macro
what I'm
level,
saying. I don't
universal,
want to
my
hear all of
dude.
that shit you talking about how
You-
my
you-
thoughts is too high for the people that are listening. They understand. Maybe you don't.
Okay.
Well,
So you ask the people that's listening
what
because
we
it's
gotta
not
do
making no
what is-
sense to me.
he's trying to
You're
get
talking
us-
about, you
It's
asked me if
okay.
George Floyd is
You
a
said you
hero.
don't feel me.
You're saying that he's a hero, bro. You get what I'm
I didn't
saying?
say he was a hero. I asked you a question. Was he a
Right.
hero? A lot of
No.
people would say that. And a lot of people would say that he's a criminal. There's two trains of thought. People have their personal opinion and they're entitled to it. But what you cannot deny is that the incident was a negative action. Him being high or whatever, having counterfeit money, all of these things, the police coming, them not fulfilling the justice that he should have had and ending up in jail and actually ending up in a mortuary. They were wrong. And because of that, it highlighted something that needed to be addressed outside of George Floyd, that needed
So
to
then,
be addressed for the people who may have been honorable people who had gotten the same treatment as George Floyd. And it
what?
put a spotlight on an international level to the point people in other countries were rioting for niggas in America.
Listen, son, I hear all of that, but I'm gonna tell you this. What that is the equivalent to me saying that if I went and I deleted a family of 10 people and where they were buried, their ashes their bodies that were rotting in the ground fertilized the ground and created, a whole bunch of trees, that fertilized soil in different places. And then what you're stating is that what I did was inherently a good thing because guess what? It created life. It created fruits on the trees. So am I a hero? Come on,
All I
man.
did is highlight the silver
Son.
line. I never gave that man any
You're
credit.
not right, but you highlighted the silver lining, but the thing is you did not give how you feel. And you made sure you made it a point to say you didn't need to give how you feel.
I say you're scammer, scum, bottom feeder. You even repeated the things that I said. So I hate when you say that I don't stake my feelings about how I stand on where I stand on shit when I actually said it. But you not acknowledge it. And matter of fact, you put a false premise out as if I'm acknowledging this guy as a hero when I continuously say, once we acknowledge that he's a scammer and a scum and an opportunist and all of these things, can we acknowledge the fact that there are people who don't have the wherewithal or the balls to do what he did, and those companies are, in fact, using those same tactics against people who aren't unsavory, people who are upstanding people, and they do deserve some justice. So if they got to go via Charleston White and his scamming tactics to get the companies to do what they need to do, then so be it. But he don't get no credit for that. But he is a necessary evil, just like prostitution in America, because if it does not happen, no matter how vile and much we don't want to see it or know about it, without it, the outcome is even worse. And it's okay if you can't acknowledge that.
So let me do this. Look, now watch this.
Concede defeat.
Wait, no. Watch this. You like, yo, that nigga Chef, he pissed me off, yo. Pissed me off. No, he pissed me off. I don't like what he doing. But guess what? In the end, we got you into your bag, son. So it might annoy you, me pissing you off, but in the tail end for the audience, we got to get you into your bag. Okay, so was I doing wrong or was I doing right? I feel like a hero right now.
Hey, see what I'm saying? Good came out of that bullshit you was just saying.
Remember, I write rhymes, son. Oh Lord. So just for people that don't know, we're gonna give it one more because this clip actually took a lot of real estate. So I'm gonna run it back just once more, right? And we're gonna do, we're gonna let folks see what's what. Or next time, folks, if you're running a little late, you got that button, you just scrub back and go back, see what it is, and then you jump back to the current time, right?
Have you ever worked a 9 to 5, or will you?
Yeah.
Or do you work a 9 to 5?
Yeah.
And
I sue every job I get.
Okay.
Yeah. What I do, I go on the job. I've sued Singular before, AT&T. I got $40,000 out of them in 2006, July 6, 2006, for race discrimination and sexual harassment. Quid quo pro sexual harassment. Just niggas cracking jokes on the job. Right? So what I did, I went and learned employment rights. My last two jobs, I got $10,000 out of that one through OSHA and got another $10,000 through OSHA. So what I do, I go find a job because I know they got niggas go be violating safety violations. So I'm going to go complain about safety violations. I know some bitch ass supervisor go get mad about me complaining and start retaliating against me. Then I'm going to make a call to OSHA and say, hey, they unsafe over here. And then I'm going to let them know, yeah, I'm the one called OSHA. And they go fuck with me. And then I'm going to make them pay me $10,000 for retaliation. I get them every time. I get them every goddamn time. I get the warehouse job. Man, I work for a gun distribution company. I got they motherfucking ass. Yeah, I'm a bad motherfucker with suing jobs.
So you go in there knowing you about to get a job.
Yeah, man, if motherfucker know I'm going to go get a job, they already know I'm the slip and fall nigga. I'm talking about I got a 100% success rate in suing every job I done work for, either through the EEOC or through OSHA. And I be trying to tell other niggas, say, homie, get in on it. They be scared. And then when I get them and they get fired, they call me back. Say, man, you think, no, nigga, I tried to tell you. When you read the employment rights, homie, they say race discrimination is broad. It's so open in America, homie, but the average employee is scared to say something. Sexual harassment, it goes on all the time. Niggas in the break room talking about who they fucked over the weekend. I'm sitting over there eating. I don't want to hear that shit. Nigga, I don't care about all them hoes. And you doing this every weekend? Well, at some point, I'm going to go to the HR lady and say, Larry and Leroy talking about women they sleep with every weekend, and they need to stop it. Well, guess what? They ain't going to stop it. And after that, I done already complained about it, because you have to make a complaint and let them know that you are uncomfortable with this conversation. Say, man, I don't want to hear that, homie. They think I'm just being a bullshit ass nigga. They don't know me. So I let them know. So on January 2nd at 12:30 lunch break, Larry and Leroy were talking about fucking Sheila. So I'm going to keep documentation. So when I go to HR, I'm going to let HR know. Now they going to be fucking with me. Now I'm a snitch at work. So now they going to be talking about me, making my work environment a hostile working environment. By this time, I'm going to the EEOC and get them. We going to go to mediation. They going to ask me what I want. Yeah, and then that's when you tell them what you want. It's so easy to get. I ain't bullshit.
And every time you tell them 10 bands?
Well, OSHA, let me just say this. The Fort Worth office at OSHA, I asked for $50,000 last time. They told me, take this $10,000 and we go dismiss the case. Now, I had a good case, but they so sick of me winning. Say the motherfuckers so sick of me winning, Sean. I get they so goddamn be sick of me winning. They say, man, take this $10,000 and you, man, just it. But I be having legitimate cases, homie, because companies leave themselves open for that, homie.
That's that. That's that. I got a problem with that. And he's still out here.
How about when Leroy and them talking about that nice cleavage that you be wearing in them dresses when you come to work at the front desk, and they saying it where you can hear it. You know what I'm saying? They in the break room talking about you instead, and you say you didn't told your bosses and them, hey, I'm tired of Leroy and them talking about me, and I can hear them, and I don't appreciate the things that they're saying. Other people have come to me and told me that they be talking about me when I'm not there. They're talking about me sexually. I'm a married woman, and I don't appreciate that. And then you know what they do? Nothing. So then when you go and you to HR or whoever you go to and you file a formal complaint, and then they start talking about, you was late, 5 minutes late the other day, Andre. If that happens again, we're gonna have to let you go. You be like, I've been here for carry the one. Now y'all worried about me being 5 minutes late when I stay 5 hours over. Now y'all nitpicking me about my clothing and my attire that I need to. Now y'all, okay, I see what's going on here. And know what you do? You find somewhere else to damn work. You don't go make no lawsuit. And guess what? The next girl that worked there, same shit, because you didn't follow through.
Maybe I don't have to sue. Maybe I could just tell them, okay, I'm grown enough to say that.
I just gave you a scenario where they didn't listen to you.
He's intentionally doing that. It's a difference. I could tell Leroy and John don't do it. He's intentionally waiting for them to mess up so he can get to the money. So he got
point, Andrea, what I'm saying is that
it's a difference. It's a difference. He's intentionally going to the job.
You focused on him. You focused on him.
That's all who we talking about.
Now, we've already. Everybody is in agreement. Is everybody here in agreement that guy's a piece of shit? Can we get a one in the chat if you think that guy's a piece of shit?
Right, but I get it. We get all of that. But what it is you're talking to us is why he's necessary. You're telling us why he's necessary.
No, what I'm trying to do is get Andrea to understand. At this point, if you cannot see that they are making these moves unilaterally because they don't know that he's gonna sue, they're gonna do this regardless of no matter who it was, and he knows that. That's how he can get in so many times. It's not like he did that shit one time and he can't get it off again. He like, yo, I'll do this. I'll be trying to tell these niggas to get in. They don't want to get in.
He has a ghetto mentality. Okay, at the end of the day, you're intentionally going into that job to get paid. At the end of the day, that's what he's doing. He's intentionally going there to get paid. So he is looking. Yes, he is. And you and I and as a company, I would have a problem with that.
If you were the company, would you not have a problem with your management not enforcing your rules to the point where they're exposing you to lawsuits?
Look, I don't have some good management. I don't have some bad management. Okay, but let me tell you something. At the same time, it's a moral clause for me. It's a moral thing. He's going in there intentionally trying to get paid. That's a problem for me. Period.
Okay. I ain't trying to change your mind no more.
If Jeff and John was talking about that shit, I was like, Jeff and John, y'all supposed to be talking about that. Come on now, get it together.
And they don't.
And
they can give a shit about what you say, Andrea. Call your stinking ass back up to the front and answer the phone. What you doing in here?
So do you think? So I'm gonna ask you this before we move on to the next clip, right? Because we only went one clip deep.
True.
Do you believe that his method is really his method? Do you really truly believe that his method is creating true change? No. Or it's allowing
absolutely.
You gotta let me finish. Or is it allowing the company just to financially pay their way out of a serious violation?
They're not gonna keep paying that. They're not gonna keep paying that.
What are you talking?
They're gonna make legitimate change. They're gonna, guess what? Leroy and goddamn whatever his name, Lucius, both of them gonna get fired. And guess what? They're gonna tell whoever that management is, they're gonna say, let this shit happen again. And your ass is in grass. And because they're not gonna keep paying that. So some change is gonna happen, even if it's not company wide, even if it's not America wide, and it speaks to what Watts was saying. If somebody did not have his intentions or did not come out and just say outright, I'm just scamming. If they just said, hey, this is what happened. This is what happened to me. These people were making me uncomfortable. Then my management came to me and said that blah blah blah. They found out that it was me, and now they're making my work life hard. You would be a lot more sympathetic to those people. And that's what I'm saying. You basing the morality of what he's doing off of his intent. And I'm saying that what he's doing.
Wait. I'm basing the morality of his decision on his intent.
The
That's
actual
correct.
thing, the actual act that he's doing is not immoral. His intent is immoral.
But what if he making what if he's making the a hostile
What?
environment for the he's making the hostile environment for the manager? Okay. Well, there's a
The
hostile
move that
environment
he
for the
made is not immoral. His intent
I'm
was
done.
immoral.
I'm
Yo,
done.
that's
I'm done.
son.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey,
yeah. No,
I'm going.
no, you
Hey, hey,
already got it on wax. That
you on
bullshit is
logic?
on wax
I'm
already.
going logic on y'all right now.
That right there is word salad. That's word salad. What he did was not immoral. His intent was immoral. So
Yeah, process.
Jenny, wait. You went Mr. Logic, right? So Jenny is standing in the grass, and I decide that I'm going to shoot a pistol at Jenny in order to take Jenny's life, right? But then I miss Jenny with the 3 shots that I make. And those bullets happened to hit a tiger that was about to eat Jenny. And those bullets hit the tiger in the head.
Bro, you tripping.
What I did is moral because even though my intent was immoral, what ended up happening, it saved Jenny from the tiger that was going to eat her. So does that absolve me from my culpability for my immoral intent? Come on, bro. You literally said the intent was immoral, but the event wasn't immoral.
Chef.
We got to move on, son.
Chef.
Go ahead.
Give it up, yo. That was this not your round, yo.
Okay, I'll let you feel that one. I'll let you feel that one. You know what I mean? There's something in corporate America
You be getting me sometimes, and I'll be
we call leaning to bird
fighting,
style. So I'm gonna flex to your bird style.
okay.
I'm gonna flex, all right? Hey, so
I'm sober. Yeah, I got sober.
all right. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go next with an Andrea. I mean with a Vic. With a Vic clip. Which one? The first black person?
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, Chef. That might be a long one. I think I don't know. Hey, just play it. Fuck it. Pick one.
Nah, son. Like, how long is this shit, yo?
No, I say long conversation, not so much like a long clip. They all short.
Okay. So that's the one you want to go with?
Just pick whatever one you click on first. It ain't but 2 in there.
All right. The other one is which one? Your dose?
I don't even remember what's in there no more, Chef. Just let it ride.
Nah, we played that one already. All right, so we're gonna just play this one, man.
How you doing, sir? You heard him? Hey, yo, what you just called me? What's up, nigga? You don't get to call me that, boy. You don't get to call me that. What's wrong? You don't get to call me that. Look. You don't think I know what I'm doing? Huh? I'm doing this for us. Think about it. If we take back the word, it don't harm us no more. That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard, nigga. You feel that? You feel that? Take it back. Feel that? Yeah, nigga. Yeah, take it back.
Yeah, nigga. Take it back.
What you think about that, Chef?
You got that shit. That shit was funny. That was funny, yo. That was funny as hell. I ain't gonna lie. That was funny. You look, we wasn't having the playing the don't laugh game, the you can't laugh game. That was funny. I expected it to go a totally different way. You got that one. You got that.
That's it.
And any other comments?
That's basically what we did. I mean, that's a cute way of
No,
saying.
Andrea, she ain't paying attention.
I am paying attention. I say I had no comment. Yeah, okay.
Go ahead.
I mean, I guess that's a cute way of explaining why we use it so much. But like you said, what you said, necessity, and like it's not a necessity, but it's just one of those things that's just embedded into the language. So, I mean, people choose not to use it. It's their choice.
Mm-hmm.
Some people do, and I guess that's a cute way of explaining it. Like, oh, we're just gonna take back the word. I guess cool, whatever. Is part of my language. That's the best way I can explain it.
Okay, how about you, Vic?
I mean, honestly, I have mixed emotions about the word in general because I acknowledge that the point of view that was expressed in the clip, to taking the power back, to taking it, you know what I mean? Like taking it back by force. But at the same time, okay, you took the gun from the person threatening you, but now you have become the tyrant. You know, it's like the ring. You know, it's not for nobody to wear. The precious is no good. You know, and that's how I feel about it, honestly. And I used to watch, Paul Mooney, all these people. I say nigga 100 times before breakfast makes my teeth white. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, because my every other word was nigga this, nigga that. But I realized that, how it sounds. Just like when you walk around talking, you say, you know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Every other word is know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? And I have to consciously not do that because it makes you sound a certain way. And perception is reality. So, I want my reality to be different. So I do things differently these days. And because I've made a conscious effort to not use it, when I do use it, I notice it more. Same thing with cursing, so on and so forth. It's something
We're
that
getting a little crackle. We're getting a little crackle on your audio.
it's definitely something that we could do without at this point. I think we've wrestled the gun away from the person threatening us, but it doesn't require us to use it. We just need to put it away out of harm's way where we don't need it and they can't get it. Nobody needs to use it, in my opinion.
Okay. All right. Interesting take.
So now I'm thinking about something.
Go ahead, Watts.
Yeah. So in the side effect, I guess you can say, of relinquishing the word. So us not using it no more, a side effect would then make, in my opinion, tell me if you think I'm wrong, but it would then, in my opinion, make other groups more comfortable to use the word, which I do believe could then turn to be problematic.
They already comfortable using the word. What you talking about?
I got you, I understand. But if let's say one day all the black people in the world woke up and was like, we are no longer going to use the word nigga. Like, that to me sounds like that just gives certain other groups some comfort to be like, all right, well, they're not using it no more, so we can use it.
Hell nah. And that's now here's the key, right? Because you bring on something very good. This new generation, they don't feel the same about it.
No, they don't.
Some of my nephews and stuff, and they be hanging out with their white friends, and white friends just be saying, I'll be like, yo, what are y'all doing? And like they not offended by it. They don't take it personally. They not feeling no type of way. It's just another word. I've watched a group of white kids, no black people present, and they calling themselves nigga and nigga this and nigga that, and they not doing it for for show. That's a part of their language now.
So that's why I said they're already comfortable using the word. They're already comfortable using the word. They don't have no filter about putting it in their song. They're comfortable using the word.
Who's they?
You have heard it in the song. Come
Who's
on
they?
now. Other races haven't been comfortable using the word.
I ain't hear no other races putting that in their music. That'll be a top 10 news.
They have said it. They have said it. I
Name
haven't heard.
one.
I forgot what that song was. They used the word.
Even outside the music, like, I mean, of course it does pop up when you hear people like Joe Rogan. Like, apparently he has a whole compilation of him using the word. You know what I'm saying? So it pops up.
But this is the thing. If we're gonna be over, I don't say the word. I probably might say the word one time, but I don't think it's not a big thing.
You call me that shit twice a day.
I don't. It's not a big thing for me because I know who I am. It don't offend me. They don't offend me. But when I hear my kids say it, I'll be like, man, don't say that. Just don't say that like that. But it doesn't offend me. But my father still used the word. He said all the time when he be saying, "There's some ghetto kids." That's my father. That's how my father would say that. I can hear him saying it in my head. He would say it in the house.
When that generation said it, that's how they meant it the way it was intended to be meant. It was not a term of endearment, and that ain't how they mean it. So if they say that to you, it's intended to be an insult. You know what I'm saying? So it's the meaning. The meaning is different based on the generation using it, but at the same time, you know, we talking about. Watch just mentioned Joe Rogan. There are a lot of times in that we give it a pass for other cultures and people using it in public, which is in film or in documentary style. The same way nudity is okay on the National Geographic channel, but not on the channel next to it, because in a certain form it's intended to be educational or informative, and in those cases we give it a pass. You know what I mean? Long as you're charting the lyrics, or you're speaking on something specific, or this is what they used to call y'all, whatever the case. But if you're just saying it all willy-nilly, saying like my boy said on Boondocks, he said I wasn't even thinking about it. They say it so much. He said, can a nigga borrow a fry? He said, I was just wondering how a nigga's gonna borrow a fry. He said, I didn't even think of, and it was funny because that was actually based on a real life situation that happened in real life, that actually happened, even though they cartoonified it. And the teacher explained it like, listen, I spend my days with these inner city youth, and this is how they talk, to the point where it's almost like gas in a home. I've been in it so long I don't even smell it. I can't even hear it. It's just another word. So I was acknowledging the context of what was said more so than this word that was thrown in there, and then the fact that I can't say that, which is how it was able to slip.
Well, didn't the Ice Cube them use it in their word, NWA? I mean, they make it, they made it like it's okay to say it. So I'm just saying.
That's who set your rules.
No, I'm not saying they said. No, I'm not saying they set my rules. But they made it okay for when people were buying their records, buying their music. It was okay to say. It was almost like a badge of honor.
Okay.
But yet, still you want people to look at you different when you call yourself that.
I mean, in some environments, that is a badge of honor.
I'm just asking the question because now you want to have this conversation. They use it as a badge of honor, saying the word, having it on their album and all that. But then you want other races to take us serious when you use a word like that.
I don't know about badge of honor, But let's since we've jumped into the racial aspect, right? Before we move to Andrea's clip, you know, we got to do a house clip. Since we talking racial stuff, you know, it's important that we all have a laugh. So please make sure you got your speakers up, your earbuds up, and you see what's going on. I kind of like this one.
Give me your money, bitch.
Oh, calm down, bro.
You calm down. Just hurry up.
Are you a black guy?
Are you serious?
What?
What, just cause I'm... Give me your money, bitch.
Oh, calm down, bro.
You calm down. Just hurry up.
Are you a black guy?
Are you serious?
What?
What, just cause I'm robbing you mean I'm black?
Well, I mean...
Why would you think that?
I don't know, maybe because you're robbing me and you're black?
How you know I wasn't a white guy?
Because, bro, you talk black.
Excuse me? Talk black?
Sorry. I mean, talk African American.
I didn't know black was a language.
Look, man, I didn't mean to offend you, okay? I was nervous.
How would you feel if I just assumed you was a gardener?
I am a gardener.
How would you feel if I assumed you was in a mariachi band?
I'd be fine with it. I love mariachi.
How would you feel if I assumed you was illegal?
Oh, okay. Calm down. That's too far. Who you been talking to?
Doesn't feel too good, does it?
Okay, well, how would you feel if I assumed you need to pay child support?
How would you feel if I assumed all you did was get drunk and watch soccer?
How would you feel if I assumed you only eat chicken and watermelon?
How would you feel if I assumed you only eat tacos and fajitas?
Well, how would you... Damn, I could really go for a taco right now, actually.
Hey, actually, I could do the same.
There's actually an amazing taco truck down the street.
Oh, really? I gotta check that out.
You probably won't like it, though, because they don't have grape soda.
You know the difference between a Hispanic and a stoner?
What?
Stoners have papers.
You know the difference between a black father and a boomerang?
What's that?
Boomerang comes back.
What's your favorite band? Juan Direction?
What's really long and black? The line at KFC.
That one's kind of funny. I like that one.
It's good, right?
Yo, I'm sorry.
Hey, Chef, because we went down this racial rabbit hole. You remember that clip? I think I'm pretty sure I sent you that clip about free speech with Andy Schultz. I don't know if you want to use it now, but I want that to be my second clip.
I don't. Where is it, bro? I don't know. Like, I don't have all of your clips.
I sent it through your text.
Huh?
I sent it through your text. It say free speech.
Okay. So, yeah, what y'all feel about what took place during that exchange?
There's a whole lot of stereotypes and a whole lot of groups.
Is it a stereotype if it's true?
Shit. I mean,
or is it just culture?
He was definitely stereotyping.
I mean, I like, okay, so I guess the question is, what is the difference between culture and stereotypes?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want to know.
I guess that would be the question then. I really don't have an answer for that then. If we can break it down to that, I really don't have an answer for that.
If you're calling something someone's culture, you're saying in general, this is how these people move. This is the history of these people. This is what they're likely to be doing, wearing, or eating when you see them. These are the places they reside. That's not true for all of those people. Those people aren't a monolith. Mexicans don't all wear sombreros and eat tacos. You understand what I'm saying? Black people don't all eat watermelon and chicken and grape soda, but a lot of them do. You know what I'm saying? Yours truly. So at the end of the day, shit, should you be offended by somebody saying something that is very much so true about you? Or are you more offended that they made that presumption in spite of it being true?
Hold on 1 second. I believe that stereotypes that are generated within the dynamic of other people's anecdotal experience that they shared. We all have that homeboy. We all have that homegirl that they don't watch the news. They could tell you about everything that happened on Love and Hip Hop. They could tell you everything that happened on Basketball Wives, This Housewives, That Housewives, and name all of the people the idiosyncrasies of their character and what they've done. But they won't know. They couldn't tell you who the mayor or the councilman of their municipality is, right? So when we speak to this situation, I believe that there's people that just learn news from their friends' social media timelines. And there's people that don't actually get to learn. So there's people that all they have is their own anecdotal experiences with a particular group of people. And there's other folks that just learn from other folks' experiences. You know that person in the crew when you're just talking about stuff that you found that happened in the news over the course of the past week, and they're sitting there like, wow, really? This is news that's available to everybody. But I believe how we filter our news or who we filter our news through has an impact on what we perceive. If I was part of a family, 3 kids, 2 parents, and I happened to grow in with I was adopted, and those parents happen to be white supremacists. At some point, I'm going to believe what they say and the things that they say about the people that are Black. And I'm going to potentially behave in a certain way so that my family and the folks around don't assume that I represent the same thing as that particular point of prejudice for that group of people. It's natural. It's natural. It's who you're exposed to and what you're exposed to. So let's do this. We're about to flow. Andrea sent the clip. I don't know what it is. We're about to play it, but it's one that she wanted us to chop up. So let's jump into it.
Start from the beginning. 5, 6, 7, 8.
16-year-old reality TV dancer Daishea Hall has died from gun violence. Daishea was a member of the Dancing Dolls, a troupe featured on Lifetime Television's Bring It.
That leap in the beginning.
The show followed choreographer Diana Williams as she prepared the Dancing Dolls for hip-hop and majorette competitions. Police say Daishea was shot and killed outside of a grocery store in Atlanta, Georgia on June 13th.
There was a dispute that then escalated to gunfire.
A 17-year-old boy was also shot in this incident. This is not the first time the Dancing Dolls has lost a member to guns. 19-year-old Shakira Gatlin was killed on February 2nd, 2022, in what authorities have called an accidental mishandling of a firearm by a juvenile. Police have asked for anyone with information on the June 13th shooting to contact Crime Stoppers at 404-577-8477. This is Inside Edition Digital.
So I'm gonna let y'all touch that one first.
We may go first.
Sure, why not? You submitted the clip. We're gonna let you. Okay. Gonna let you lay it down.
Okay, I thought it was sad. You know, she was on. I watched Bring It. Okay, me and my daughter watched that show, and to watch her grow up on the show, and now she done lost her life at 16 years old. I thought it was very sad. Them girls had a future with anything they wanted to do, and so losing her life to gun violence. The same old story in the hood. The same old story in the community.
Did she live in the hood?
I don't know where she lived at, Vic. It didn't say where she lived at.
Out there in the Jackson, Mississippi area is predominantly hood.
Hood.
So let me.
Jackson, Mississippi, the majority of it is hood. I don't know. I've never been to Mississippi. I passed through.
That area is pretty much majority of the hood. But the point that I was just making, gun violence is still an issue in killing our Black children. Period.
So I got a question for you.
Yes.
Because I live in a gun legal state.
Yes, I know.
I'm a totally legal gun carrier. I build and modify weapons. I go to the range and all of that. And I'm able to protect my family. You know, I'm a proponent of gun safety. What I say to you is that I believe that there's a certain amount of politicism that's placed into the situation where we keep saying gun violence. Before guns became readily available, violence was still a thing. People used knives, people used sticks, people used bricks, spears,
Explosive.
stones, all of these different things to affect the illicit evil behavior. I just believe that at this point, guns are being utilized as a tool. Here's a problem. People talk about the gun laws. The gun laws are extremely astringent. What it is the enforcement of the gun laws. People want to change the laws that's on the books. It's about enforcing the laws that's on the books. Me being a totally legal gun owner, yeah, I do have an issue when I see some of the things that takes place, because I believe that there were certain disconnects within the actual system that allowed that to happen. But creating a totally new subset of laws is not going to fix the issue. So I do take a bit, you could call me personalizing it. I do take a little bit of an issue when we talk about the gun violence. There's a lot of violence that does not involve guns. And if somebody wanted to delete someone, if they didn't have a gun available,
they still get it done.
They can still get it done utilizing something else.
I have no problem with the gun laws on the books. I do believe they're not enforcing them, and I don't care. I don't have a problem with somebody having the right to bear arms. I don't. I do have. I think it's okay, but I do have a problem when I think people are buying guns 2 or 3 at one time, and I think they need to. I think they need to check their red flag. I think they got mental health issues. I think they should do a extensive background check. I do think that should be done. But at the same time, is the young lady did pass away from a gun. Just saying.
Okay.
So what's the okay? So we can all agree that that was an unfortunate situation, right? Kind of like I was saying to Chef before when we were talking about a very serious subject as well. Niggas die every day, B. So you can imagine she made the news. Just imagine in the same city how many young black girls died the same day that she died. But you just happen to know her name because you saw her before. So it's more personalized. The question I ask you is the point that you were looking to make by showing that clip. I don't know if you had a point that you were looking to make, but if there was one, was it just that there needs to be more or stricter gun laws? Was that the point you were making? Because we were addressing that, but is that the point that you were looking to make? The ultimate point.
I think they should enforce the gun laws on the books.
What does that look like?
What that look like? People who don't should be not having no gun. Okay, should not be having none.
So how do they determine that after these people have guns?
Because I agree with the overarching point that she stated, which is we don't need new gun laws. We need enforcement of the laws that are already on the books, because the enforcement of the laws that's already on the books will create a certain level of change. All right. So one thing that's not taking place in terms of
question.
The thing is, so wait. The thing is,
you told Hunter, why this is for Vic.
So yeah, but the difference is okay. All right, go ahead, Andrea. Articulate the answer.
You're doing just fine. I'm okay with getting help. He's my teammate. Okay,
hot potato, hot seat on you. Your turn to answer. What does it look like in reality, this enforcement that you're talking about? Because I believe when the brother Nathan was here, we were talking about that. It might have been a different episode. But when we're talking about gun or any kind of enforcement, drug enforcement, it wouldn't matter what kind of enforcement. Would you say that you are a supporter of stop and frisk?
No, I'm not. Stop and frisk, because stop and frisk is you're stopping people for no reason.
Listen,
I want you to have probable cause to stop me.
So if again, this is the equivalent. I'm not even going to conflate them because then we're going to go down that rabbit hole again. I don't want to do that. So if you wouldn't say that you don't agree with stop and frisk, so you would like the Constitution to be supported as it currently stands, right? No unreasonable searches and seizures.
Gun laws are already
So if the law has to respect your privacy, as long as you are not violating any current laws. If you have a gun illegally, you will not be able to be screened by anybody's background check. Because most of the people who are committing these crimes are not law-abiding, gun-registering citizens. That's not who's committing the crimes. So it wouldn't matter how stringent they make the background check, because I ain't gonna get one. I'm just gonna holler at my partner who got the line on him, who got the hookup.
Then them people should go to jail. Then
you gotta catch me. How you gonna catch me? You gotta basically you gotta violate my civil or constitutional rights, because guess what I'm gonna do? Wear my seatbelt, make sure my tag's right, because I already know that this is predictable. How people move is predictable. How the police move is predictable.
So my question is, so then what's the overarching point that you're making on that part?
Yes.
That I'm making? I'm asking her specifically. This isn't a point that I'm making. I'm asking her, in a perfect world, what does that enforcement look like as far as something that the police can do? Because the only people that are going to do any enforcement is the police. The people making the laws ain't going to do no enforcement. So you're asking the police, who are already overworked, underpaid, and making very bad decisions based on public opinion about how they're handling and mishandling people, especially people of color, who are suspected to be the ones gun-toting and popping these guns off. So that's who you're talking about. You're not talking about Asians and Middle Easterns, and these aren't the people who are violating these gun laws.
Well, I don't want the police to violate nobody's rights. So when you want to pull somebody over, you need probable cause. Okay, so I don't want them busting in somebody's house without a search warrant. Come on now, let's. So
now you see the conundrum.
Well, hold on, Vic. So let me ask you. So what do you feel about the gun laws? About the gun laws and the impacts, and if there should be any changes, or if you think there should be an enforcement. What do you feel about it?
In a place where there's no guns, there will always still be violence. There will always be sex work. There will always be entertainment. People will always get high. These are just the staples of human existence. So to say you have a war on something that comes naturally to human beings is to say that you just got a problem with these particular people, and you're going to use this thing that you know they have a propensity to do against them. So if you want to solve violence, then you need to solve the economic gap, the economic issues. Make there's some degree of levity in the field of existence in America, the homeless problem. You understand? And there's less reason for people to knock people over in the head, because if you take their guns, they're gonna find a way. A man drove and people say, well, that was calm down some of these mass killings, right? Not the case. They'll go right back to
deletions, mass deletions, man.
You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, what we're talking about is you can't stop people from doing what they're gonna do. So I don't think you can remove a object and make that problem go away. If you can snap your finger and make all guns go away, it's not going to stop the problem. So what we're dealing with is a morality issue and an economic issue. We're economically bankrupt and we're morally bankrupt, and that's an American problem.
So I got to ask you again, what do you feel about the gun laws? If we should enforce them or create new laws was the question. I understand the overarching understandings and the global aspects of it. I'm asking, what do you feel should happen? Should there be stricter gun laws or stronger enforcement of the laws that's on the books?
Everybody need a gun. Every of age citizen who has it registered should have a gun and have a responsibility to have a gun, and should have gun training and gun safety. And just like in Switzerland and some of those other places, it should be mandatory to have some kind of baseline training, like physical combat, so on and so forth. They make those boys at 18. They going everybody. I don't know if it's women as well, but I think there's women as well. But they all have to go through the basic training process.
So
as if they were going in the military. They don't actually go, but then they take their service weapon home with them. Every single home has an SK in it and an operated, trained person to use it safely.
Right.
So crime is actually lower because there's qualified people to defend against those who don't want to abide by the rules.
Understood. So let me just say this. Door 1, door 2. Door 1 is enforcement of the laws that's on the books, and door 2 is new laws to make sure that safety and this, that, and the others put into place. Which one do you take?
Wait. You said door 1 is more
basically laws. It's the same question that I'm asking. The thing is, I'm asking you, do you believe that we need stricter gun laws, or do you believe that we should enforce the gun laws that's already on the books?
Neither.
More.
Because if you could enforce it, you would.
So
you can't enforce it anymore.
Only two options, my dude. It's only two options. It's only two options: chocolate or vanilla.
I don't want ice cream. How about that? You gotta make me
come on, man. Come on, son.
You gotta make me eat it.
Yeah, dude, I'm giving you two options. Which do you prefer? What you telling me is the reasons in other countries. I'm asking you about you and how you feel. Do you feel that we should?
How I feel, and then tell me I got to pick between two options that you created.
Because those are the two options that I'm giving. If I tell you, what do you want, vanilla or chocolate? And then you tell me, I said, which would you prefer? I said, which would you prefer? If you had to eat ice cream, if you had no choice, listen, I'm the master of that scenario. I'm the master of that world, right? I'm the master of that world. So I'm telling you, you got choice A or you got choice B. And if you only had those two choices, what would you take? What you saying is, I wouldn't take any of them. I wouldn't make a decision. I'm just asking you, bro, if you only had two choices.
That's the problem.
Stronger enforcement of the laws on the books or new laws that would make it tighter. So if you don't want to answer it, that's okay. Just say that.
I guess Biden better than Trump. I don't really like him neither, but I guess those are only two options. So I'll take Biden because all I got is
new gun laws. Or you
don't have to. You gotta think outside of the box.
What do you mean you don't have to? This is what we doing, bro.
I think outside of the box, because of what we were doing, you're offering me
in the box, my nigga. We in the box. You feel me? We in the box. We talking box. We talking mere mortal box people shit.
What I'm saying is that what you're offering me as options are things that are already in place.
Look, I'm asking you your opinion that you're not giving. That's what I'm giving. You refuse to give your opinion.
I did not miss. It was clean. The net didn't even move. I told you what I would do. The only option that I would know, because you stopped my line of questioning, because I was asking Andrea, because this is her clip. I already know how I feel, and I understand that I don't got all the answers, Sway. So you asking me to pick between two things that are already implemented in part of it, which is law enforcement, which isn't working and which can't work unless you concede the fact that you will allow them to violate your constitutional rights so that they can more effectively do their job.
You're
based
wrong.
on suspicion.
You're wrong. I didn't introduce two things that already exist. The only thing that exists is the law. And then both things that I suggested, the two options was stronger enforcement of the law, which does not exist. So that's one. The second one is new laws, the new laws put in place to have control. That doesn't exist. So what I'm stating is you're categorically incorrect. I'm talking about, wait. I'm talking about two new options, two options that exist. Okay, potential options to change that can potentially change what's going on. And I'm asking which one, if these two options existed, which one would you choose? That's what this exercise is about.
It's
but
not.
You're saying,
you just made that
no,
up.
I'm telling you, that's what
you just made that up.
my question
you didn't
is.
even know what the clip was gonna be. It's not like you had this formed up.
That's not what I'm saying.
Out of your
the
ass
point that
right
I'm saying,
now.
I'm asking you though. I'm asking if you
And
only
I'm
had
telling
two
you,
choices, and
you
you
don't
can't.
have to. If you have an idea of what new laws there should be or how to better enforce them, you should say that. But that ain't my angle that I came from, and I ain't where I'm going, and I ain't gonna pretend that I care enough to try to even process those thoughts because I've done it before, and I realized they were fruitless.
Okay,
and it shows in the clip that Andrea just played and the tons of things that are going on in this current society. So I don't have no comment on those things. We all know.
I gotta give you a list of questions so that you'll let me know early if you're gonna answer them shits or not.
Just because you make a
because
question,
the thing is, what I did was I gave a scenario. All right, and I don't think that it was a hard scenario. I don't think it was hard. She answered it. I answered it. Right. Andrea thinks that the laws that's on the book should be enforced more because they're enough. I agree. Those laws on the book should be enforced more because they're enough. If it took me an extra hour in order for me to purchase a firearm, I would understand. Okay? Do I believe there's new laws? New laws should be enacted? No, I don't believe that new laws should be enacted. I believe that we should actually enforce and use the laws that's on the books correctly before we go and try something new.
Do y'all
before you go and add seasoning to the soup or add more salt or red pepper flakes or thyme or bay leaf or whatever. Wait. Before you get to add all of those extra ingredients to the soup, you need to taste the soup or make sure you use the initial ingredients correctly. In terms of enforcing the laws that's already on the books, that's utilizing the initial ingredients correctly. That's my opinion. So now we pass it to you. Your opinion is.
I asked Andrea what my question was. You interrupted me asking her those questions to impose your question. So I refer her question to you because she did not give me an answer. What does that look like, Chef? What does more enforcement look like in reality?
Well,
without violating, because she said she didn't want people's constitutional rights to be violated.
I don't want that.
So I heard that. So now the question is for Chef. What does that look like without violating people's constitutional rights? How do you better enforce the laws that are already on the books?
I just mentioned one. I said that if 1 hour was added to the vetting process, I would be comfortable with that. At my local FLF dealer, FFA, pardon me, dealer. It's normally a gun range. It's a gun store. If I had to stick around and go and just shoot some stuff off on the range while I'm waiting for the background check to be able to pick up my firearm, I'm cool with that. What else would it look like? I do believe that potentially state databases, because one of the laws is that you can't have mental issues. So I do believe that if you're documented with a particular subset of issues, mental issues, schizophrenia, this, that, and the other, the penchant for violence, I do believe that that should play a part. But those laws are already on the books. The thing is connecting medical databases, but because of laws, HIPAA laws and all of those things, providing an FFA gun dealer, your medical information, there's a lot of loopholes that take place because there's so many laws that's connected. But I do believe that people that have severe mental issues, penchants for violence, should not be able to own a firearm. Same way I don't believe they should be able to drive. Same way I believe they should not be able to operate construction equipment. The same way I believe that the people that live in a home with them should keep an eye and a count on every knife that's in the kitchen drawer. So, with that being said, that's what it looks like to me. Focusing on the laws that's already there instead of putting newer laws. So the question that I was asking you, regardless of what you was asking Andrea, I still ask you that question again.
I don't
Which do you think makes more sense? Do you think makes more sense?
I want to respond in rebuttal to what you just said.
Why don't you respond in rebuttal to the question I asked you? It was a question I asked you that you refused to answer.
It wasn't yet go yet. It was on me.
Go ahead, bro.
So now I've turned it to you. It's still on you. Now, the question that I'm asking, and you responded saying that, hey, I'll just hang out around the gun store a little bit longer. And you know what I'm saying? To my understanding, there is no set time for your background check. It took me 6 days to get my background check back. And I've gotten multiple guns.
Hold on a second. I gotta say something to Andre. I gotta say something, sorry, to Joanna. You said those are false options. Those are not false options. Those are the options that I proposed within my question. It's not false options. These are options that are actually being discussed within the press and discussed among everybody. Do we enforce the laws that are on the books, or do we propose new laws? So when you state those are false options, I'm opposed to what you're stating. Those are not false options. Those are real options. Those are the only two options that are on the table right now. Those are only two options. Excuse me. The third is banning all guns, banning all semi-automatic weapons, right? I didn't put that on the table. I wanted to focus on the two. And I wanted to focus on those two options specifically because that was the question that I was asking. And if I'm creating a dynamic, if I'm creating a scenario as a host of a show, then I'm creating that specific scenario. If I'm a comic book artist, you're going to see what you see within that box. You get what I'm saying? And we're going to respond to what we respond to within that box. We're not going to say, I don't believe in boxes. Come on, man. You got to be a good sport about this.
It's not about being a good sport. You asking
me
to, if you want me to be a liar, I can't do that for you. But if you want me to be honest and give you my honest opinion about these things, I said that these laws that are on the books don't work based on the results because
they're not being enforced. That's the whole point.
Why are you yelling while I'm talking?
Bro, because what you're saying is called passion.
Listen,
what you're saying they're not working because they're not being enforced.
I'm actually making my point based on what you were actually saying. Now, I still actually asked you a question, and I said that I was actually responding, and you stopped me from responding to what you were saying to address the chat. And what I'm still talking to you about is the fact that there is no set amount of time. This is a FBI database background check. Now, what I would like to know is, what do you all know about the background checks that are being done currently? What are they actually checking for? Do they check for mental health? What are they actually looking for? These are FBI. This is not local. It's not state by state. So based on what they're looking for, you would have to know what they're even looking for to say that they got to get tighter. They got to get more strict You don't
So
even know what the
ask me if I know what they're looking for. Don't tell me I don't know what they're looking for. Ask me, do
That's
I know what they're looking for? So you want an answer? They're looking for, first off, felonies. Okay, everything that's within the databases, the police databases, they're looking for felonies, violent crimes. The same way when you apply for CCW or concealed carry weapons permit, they check for all of those things, and there's a federal database that they utilize to go through. And if you don't come up on that checklist, then you're good. What the point that I made to you is that there is no connection to the psychological or mental issues database because I stated HIPAA laws. You understand what HIPAA laws are?
Yes. I'm very well aware of that, but I'm
okay.
asking.
So no. Let me finish. So the reason that they can't actually go and pull, and where the gun dealer can know that you just been locked up or you've been in an institution because of schizophrenia, because of the HIPAA laws. So I spoke about the loopholes, eliminating some of the loopholes. So I'm gonna ask this again, and you know what? I'm gonna ask Andrea. I keep saying Andrea. I'm gonna ask Juana because Juana has opinions, right? So I'm gonna ask you again, Juana, and let's see if you can give an answer. If you had to choose between 1 and 2, 1 to be stronger enforcement of the current gun laws, or 2, new gun laws to be instituted in order to address gun violence. That's my question to you. I answered it. Andrea answered it. Vic won't answer it because he don't like ice cream. Okay? So now, can you answer it, Andrea? Because you're talking about Vic is on fire. You know what I'm saying? So talk about that fire. Those are false options. Let's talk about that. As a matter of fact, I'll throw the link in there too. All right? I want you to talk about those false options.
I definitely
those are real options.
Yes.
Those are the options that exist. Changing the laws, enforcing the current laws, or banning them altogether. So what you need to do is, if you got so much to say, and first off, folks, Joanna is a loved and respected, member of this garden here. She's a sponsor of the channel as well. You know what I'm saying? But everybody gets checked tonight. Right. Background checks don't stop it. So what are you saying? You telling me about what they do and don't do. What's the choice that you would have? Or do you have a choice at all? Do you have a choice at all?
They're false options.
You get what I'm saying? I mean, it's like, what's so spooky to me is this. I'm asking you if you were forced to make a decision between one or the other. And then I'm dealing with folks that are such magnanimous thinkers and shit that they can't even make a simple decision and say, I reject that choice. So then you the person that don't vote, right? Do you vote? Do you vote?
Hell no.
There you go. I didn't even realize that. There you go. So so let's move to the next clip. You just clarified it. You choose not, you don't even vote, bro. And that's not a diss to you.
What does that mean?
That's not what I mean. The point is, okay, you asking me what does that mean?
I didn't get a vaccine or any of that.
I'm not asking about all of that. That's not what I said. What I asked a question based on what you've been stating. And I stated that the answers you were giving or the answers you refused to give gave me the impression, or it sounds like somebody that don't even vote. And what happened was I didn't ask you. I just said you seem like the person that don't vote. And then you shook your head. So once you stated that to me, it was like, shit. That would have saved us a lot of arguing time.
In a box of stereotypical niggas that don't vote, who got opinions about shit that voters should have power over. And I'm saying you can vote all you want, but I ain't gonna say your fucking life.
But so I mean, the question is, do you want new laws or you want the old laws being?
I don't want shit but a nigga to leave me alone and let me keep my gun and stay the fuck out my face. Because guess what? When a nigga roll up on me with they shit, I'm my shit. And that's the only thing that's gonna save you other than the Lord.
And the thing is, we don't want nobody's rights to be violated. So we don't want stops and frisks.
Yo, look, we don't like to use the word nigga, but you the way you talking right now, you the nigga we on the fucking golf course, and you want to pull out a goddamn basketball because you don't like golf. Son, we
making these random ass analogies. What that got to do with what we talking about?
But the thing is, Vic, you just asked me, did I want stop and frisk? Do you know stop and frisk? They was violating people's rights. I don't want anybody's rights to be violated.
I agree.
So why would you ask me, did I want stop and frisk then?
See, what you're trying to do is anticipate my moves. You can't anticipate my moves on the chess play. I'm like 4 or 5 moves ahead. So when I'm asking you questions, what did a lawyer do? He asks you questions he already know the answer to, right? Okay, so just understand when I'm asking you these questions, I'm asking you for your position to ask you another question. Not because I feel like this is the answer. What I asked you is, what does that look like? And you didn't necessarily have an answer for me. So I gave you some things that were already laws and things that have been tried in order to do that. So I would
enforce the laws already on the books. Maybe that would be stop some of the stuff that's going on. That's what I'm trying to tell you. What?
But I owe Chicken my life. I do it for free, Chicken. I'm responding to the chat.
Yo, man, listen, yo. Look, man.
Okay.
We're gonna move forward because
go ahead.
I see we got Joanna. She's attempting to connect in the back right now. But look, yo. So at this point,
I don't think we uphold the laws.
We trying to take a vote on what we think is important. Should we uphold the book? Should we not uphold, but truly enforce the laws that's on the books right now? Or should we add new laws?
So let me
hold on with it. No. Let me just say this, piece. Everybody said everything. Let me just say this. I want to just make sure I understand. What you're stating is that you are not able to make that choice.
What I was trying to do is get clarity on where you stood.
You wasn't asking me no question. I'm asking you a question, bro.
I'm asking you right now for clarity. Are you saying that because the HIPAA laws are not currently, based on what you saying, I don't know that to be a fact, but I'm going to take your word at it that you know what the fuck you're talking about. So let's just assume that you are correct. If because of HIPAA laws, they are not able to access people's medical records and they're handing guns out like candy. Is your suggestion that somehow they connect those databases inside of this background check? Is that what your suggestion is? Or one of your suggestions?
Yes, that's what I stated. And when you go watch the replay, you'll see that I clearly stated it. You get what I'm saying? You will see, hold on. You will see that I clearly stated it. And I stated that was one of the things. That was my major thing. Because each of the people that we're seeing that were committing these crimes were having mental issues. The thing is, HIPAA laws don't allow everybody to attach to your medical record. So when I stated about the enforcement, me talking about that particular loophole was speaking to the issue. Because those people, and I push back when you said most people is getting it legally, most of the people are actually getting the guns legally. FYI. We're not talking about the drive-by shootings. We're talking about the other mass shootings, okay? Most of them are getting the guns legally. Most of the people that are selling the guns illegally to people in the hood are getting the guns legally and selling them to other people. So once again, come on, man.
If you get a gun legally, it's registered to you, Chef.
You know, okay. What's your point? Do you realize? Do you never heard of the term straw man purchase? Yes or no? I don't. It's a yes or a no. You ever heard of the term a straw man purchase or a straw purchase? Where, okay. So I Googled it. That's funny. The squares on Google understand what a straw purchase is. So I'm gonna help you understand what a straw purchase. Anybody in the chat, can you understand what a straw? Can you share what a straw purchase is, please?
It's called jargon.
It's jargon.
Jargon.
I don't know what that means.
If you explained it, I would understand what you mean, and I may already know what you're talking about, but I don't know that term.
Me
So if
either.
you'd like to explain that, I'm not dumb because I don't know that
A
term.
straw purchase is a criminal act in which something, especially a firearm, is bought by one person on behalf of another who is legally unable to make the purchase themselves.
I'm
Okay.
very well aware of
That
that. I
means
just don't know that jargon. So
okay.
what
It's called straw. It's called straw purchase. All right. So where somebody buys guns legally, and then after that, they transfer the guns to other people illegally.
Mm.
So your girlfriend buys the gun in her name and gives it to you.
Or John buys 10 guns in his name and sells them to Jamal and Kamal and Freddie and Pookie
Right.
and Ray in the hood.
So when
Right.
Freddie, Pookie, and Ray go commit a crime with that gun and they find that gun with the serial numbers registered to John, does John not have to answer for that?
John has to answer for that. Yeah. Okay.
So what are you talking about? John is not finna sell no shit in his name. That's what they call it, unmarked, out the box.
What's the point? So what is the point you're making?
I'm without saying too much. I understand how the black market and the white market work.
What does that have to do with you being able to answer whether or not you prefer enforcement of the laws or updating or changing of the laws? I'm trying to understand what that means. Because you it seemed like you was popping like you made a point. So I want to make sure I understand what the point was.
Are you going to answer the question or not?
The point? What are you talking about? You ain't answering no questions today. What you talking
about? I did answer a question.
Answer more than you, son.
I'm saying that what I asked was, what does that look like? I asked for clarity to say, is this the one of the main points you're talking about as far as medical history? You said yes. That's something that tangible that we can actually work with. Now, the question would be who would make these determinations, because based on what, let me be clear, nobody in nobody's mom and pop pawn shop or gun ownership area, anybody selling guns legally is not the ones doing your background check. That's not who's doing your background check.
Even Joanna made a choice.
They're sending off. You stuck on that, Chef. Let's stay on the conversation.
But Joanna made a point. She said number 2. Option 2, change the law so everyone has a weapon in training. Okay, go ahead.
I'm not Joanna. That's not my name. My name is Victor Freeze. Music.
You should add
I don't represent Joanna or America or nobody else. Shout out to Miss Joanna. Much love, Miss Lady.
Oh, she gonna shout herself out. What up, Joanna? Her connection is a little choppy right now, but she's trying to jump in. Go ahead with it.
So what I'm saying is that these individual places are not doing your background check, because then we'd have a real problem, because people could be easily influenced to pass people through. The ATF understands that, which is why it's not up to mom and pop, which is why people have such a big problem with gun shows, because gun shows are the one place that people can go and get guns passed from private owner to private owner without having to do the normal background check or registration process. But if your gun is registered to you under that serial number that you purchased, that gun is your responsibility unless you report it stolen before a crime is committed with it. So if you wait for a crime to be committed with it and then say, oh, I didn't know that was mine, I was stolen, somebody else got it, then you're going to be in some hot water, and you better have you a damn good lawyer to back you up. So people are not going and purchasing multiple guns and just selling them. Otherwise, that would be a whole nother business too. And anybody with money would go do it if they had a clean record. But that's not what's going on.
Wrong. Joe, you don't know nothing about straw man. That's how majority of the weapons are getting. That's how the majority of the weapons, when they talk about folks going to the gun shows.
You don't know that for a fact, Chef. You talking
out it's on the books. What are you? Oh my God.
You're talking out your head. Show me.
No, I'm not talking, son. They talk about a good majority of the guns come from the gun shows that is straw purchase.
They do.
Right now, listen, yo. Let me just
I'm gonna put you on trial.
No. Don't put me on trial, man. The thing is, yo, do you know a good third of the shows be trying to prove some shit that exists that you don't believe? You get what I'm saying? So now you don't even know what straw man is. Okay, so I'm gonna pull up some shit and we're gonna watch a whole fucking video about straw man purchases, right? Since now I got to explain what straw man means, right? So hold on.
I'm pretty sure you gave a great
Hold
definition.
on. No, because you refuse to concede to anything. You refuse to concede to anything, right?
Like
Until I show you the meaning of delusion, unless I show you the meaning of straw. So I'm gonna show you right now. I'm gonna give you what you want. I'm gonna give it to you, right? So hold on. Okay? And hold on, you got a little help. All right. What's up, Joanna? Hold on 1 second. We're about to share something real quick. Because now we got to discuss the meaning of straw purchase, and you don't believe that exists, right?
Did I say it don't exist?
Hold on 1 second. So we're gonna play it.
What you were saying.
Play it. Let's play it because I got to prove what I'm talking about.
I'm saying. Address what I'm saying. I asked you to prove. I didn't say what you said was a lie.
So you want me to prove it? Okay, so I'm gonna prove it. It's all good.
Straw buyer or straw purchasing, that's the term that the feds use. And it's straw buyer or straw purchasing, that's the term that the feds use. And it's someone who's pretending to be buying for themselves. And when it comes to guns, that's against the law.
In gun stores, like Private Sector Arms in Olympia, criminals who try to buy a gun are likely to be stopped by the required criminal background check.
The system is actually very, very good.
That's why criminals may send someone with a clean record into a place like this to buy their guns for them, a straw purchaser.
The government takes that very seriously. It is one of the common ways to acquire firearms.
Assistant United States Attorney Andrew Friedman just won his most recent conviction in a straw purchase case, a conviction against Robert Stannard. In 2016, sheriff's deputies responded to a domestic violence call at Stannard's Stanwood home.
Mr. Stannard said that if police responded to his house, he would have a shootout with them. They found 2 firearms. They found a Diamondback rifle. It's an AR-15 style rifle. They found a 380 caliber Ruger pistol. They found a large quantity of ammunition.
Deputies also located this silencer and a bulletproof vest. All of these are things that a convicted felon like Stannard cannot possess.
Stannard has a long criminal history, including convictions for domestic violence and drugs. And federal prosecutors here in Seattle sent him to prison after he tried to blow up someone in a motel with a pipe bomb.
So who is it that would buy this man his guns? It was his wife, Anna. Anna Stannard admitted as much to deputies the day of that domestic violence call. It's her signature on federal purchase forms, swearing that she bought the AR-15 for herself. And authorities found these text messages where Robert Stannard pushes her to buy the gun. "I already have a knot in my stomach," she replies. "Just being honest. Why do you need an AR-15? Robert Stannard was convicted yesterday as a felon in possession of firearms, ammunition, and a silencer. But Anna Stannard, the illegal straw buyer, was not charged.
She testified about the facts that led her to buy a gun for her husband. She was truthful and cooperated with the investigation. Based on all of the facts and circumstances, no charges have been filed against her.
Robert Stannard will go back to a familiar place, federal prison, when he's sentenced in April. Anna Stannard today declined to speak to King 5.
Stannard was also convicted of conspiracy for plotting with his father.
Can you explain to me what points you just made there? By showing one story of a dude's girlfriend. I literally said that. I said, you talking about when somebody's girlfriend buys a gun for them? Yeah, there's a whole bunch of individual cases like that.
Yo, son, you know what? Look. It's not going to be my job to educate you during the stream that we only got.
Nothing to do with no
Hold on a second. Okay, say what you want to say, and I'm going to start my answer with the same words. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is you presented a case using this jargon as if it was some brand new thing that you squares on Google would know.
It was an old thing. It's an old thing.
It wouldn't matter if it was brand new or 1,000 years old. The concept ain't new. No matter the language. Somebody buying something for somebody else that they ain't supposed to have. There's a whole bunch of people doing that for a lot of shit. That's not new. to say that the majority of people who have guns illegally are attained this way, I find that hard to believe. And I asked you to prove it, and you just showed me one TV clip of a guy who I don't even know.
How many you want, son? We only got a 3 and change our show.
I'm saying I want to see some evidence. I want to see some stats.
Hold on, I'm gonna give you 10 more. I'm gonna give you 10 more.
You don't gotta give me shit, but some stats. I want to see 9 out of 10 of the cases where somebody was harmed by a gun. I want to see some stats. I don't want to hear about no individual anecdotal experience. I understand that. I know too many people personally. I don't need to see that shit. I know that story too well. So all I'm saying at the end of the day is that the majority of these guns being attained in the street ain't being bought from somebody's girlfriend. And the ones that is, them ain't the ones that everybody's going out shooting little girls in front of grocery stores with. You don't know what people are gonna do with their gun, on what day, and however they may attain it. And I'm saying that the majority of the people who are doing criminal acts, who intend to do criminal acts, I ain't talking about somebody who got a little hot under the collar and some road rage. I'm talking about somebody who went out to do harm to people, went out to rob somebody, went out to do some foul acts. Those people are getting their guns off the black market, and there ain't no fucking background checks or mental health checks in there. And it wouldn't matter how you connect it. And I'm saying that mom and pop stores are not doing checks. Mom and pop stores are not doing these checks to start with.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, mom and pop store? Do you understand even what the process? Son, wait. Let me ask you this. Have you ever legally gone to purchase a firearm?
I literally said I've purchased multiple firearms legally, and it's taken different amounts of times, and it's always an FBI check. And I'm saying
so then why are you talking about the mom and pops and what they're not doing then? Tell me.
You're not even listening close enough to feel what I'm saying. I said mom and pop ain't the ones doing the check. They're sending it off to the FBI to do your check. They're not leaving it up to fucking Joe and Joe Donuts pawn shop to be bought off by somebody with big money and pass you through the background check. That's not who's doing the background check. What I'm saying is you're
incorrect. When they do the checks at the store, they actually have to push it through the system, and they got to get an okay. That's what I'm saying. What are you talking about?
And they gotta wait. They say, hey, we would give it to you, but we gotta wait for it to come back from wherever this home base is where they're actually
right. They're not, of course, because legally they can't have the freaking names and information of hundreds of millions of Americans that are sitting in their database because of privacy. So they have to connect to the database of the feds. So that's what's supposed to happen. Because you get certain protections under the law, which some businessman who got a store that happen to sell guns can't see all of your shit. So what they do is they provide the information, you provide them, just like when you buy something online. You provide your credit card, you provide your code, you provide your expiration date, and then that merchant provides it to Visa or MasterCard. Right. And Visa, who holds the database, they say, yes, we approve it. So what are you talking about? It's always going to be they going through a database.
If you listen close enough, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. You debating something that ain't a debate. I'm saying that it's not up to those people to make that determination. All they can tell you is, hey, they said yes, or hey, I don't know why they said no. They don't fucking know. They're not telling them why. They're saying, hey, no, that guy is not approved. Yes, that guy is approved. You can sell to him or you cannot sell to him legally, period. That's the only thing that they know. So I'm very curious as to how you know so much details about what goes on in the background check. So all I'm saying is that—
Is that what you're really curious about, or I just happen to be a nigga that knows a lot of shit? That's interesting. When the amount of information that I pull and I'm able to know and glean and espouse to folks on other topics you agree with. But now you got the nerve to ask me, Chef, how would I know about this particular topic when I tell you that I build this shit for
I didn't
fun?
say how do you know about. I said how do you know about what happens in the background check?
Because he said he a couple.
Because I went through it. I go through it more than once a year, bro. That's how I know.
And they tell you what goes on in the background check and what they looking for?
He probably watched
You
them
know
do
what?
it. He
You
probably
know
watched
what, bro?
those do
You know
background
what?
check.
Now what you're asking, you
know.
know, listen. I would the questions that you're asking, you don't even know what a straw purchase is. Straw purchase doesn't
I didn't know that.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Straw purchase doesn't even normally have to do with guns. Straw purchase is as simple as when you go to the gas station and there's some two dudes that look like they're 17 or 18. They don't have no ID or they're not old enough. And they be like, hey, sir. And they want to pass you $2. Hey, can you buy a couple blunts for me, please? I don't have my ID. That's what a straw purchase is. So straw purchase ain't just some newfangled thing. Straw purchase is when your mama go get you an apartment. Straw purchase is when your mama go get you an apartment in her name. Or when you add your auntie who got awesome credit to the deed or your mortgage that you're trying to get situated. All of those are straw purchases when somebody purchases something. When your lady, your fiance, your wife, your girlfriend puts a car into her name because she got awesome credit and she could get you a 3.9% interest rate, when your fucked up credit will get you a 22.9 interest rate. Straw purchases take place all the time. Somebody purchasing for somebody who shouldn't have. Okay? Watch this. As a dude from the streets in New York, Brooklyn, I was the benefit of a straw purchase. You know what I'm saying? And I can admit that. And I'm glad that straw purchase put that thing in the hands of somebody that was a thinker, that just wanted to make sure that he was protected. But straw purchases are real. You get what I'm saying? And you're saying that you don't even know it's that much of a phenomenon. They've been talking about this shit from the 90s.
That's cap, Chef. And stop doing that because you just
They've been talking about it from the 90s, talking about the gun shows in Atlanta, bro.
What saying loud doesn't make it any more true. I don't need you to yell, Chef. If your point is right, you can say it in your regular voice.
Man.
Everybody here is inside.
Yeah, it worked better on the clips, yo, because the shit you saying right now. Yo, son, listen.
This is simple, Chef. You arguing a point that I did not make. I didn't say that there's no straw purchases. That doesn't exist. The first thing I said is, yeah, there's plenty of people who girlfriend go get them something in their name because their record ain't good enough. It wouldn't matter if it was your mama, your girlfriend, your little brother, your cousin. It wouldn't fucking matter. Everybody knows somebody who's done that. And guess what? Those people say, hey, you better not do nothing stupid with this shit. Because it's in my goddamn name. So the person, you conflated that with those, that's where the people from the black market are getting the shit. You did that. I didn't do that. Watch the replay.
So then how are they getting it, man? You ain't even going to be able to give an answer to that. How are they getting it? How are the people in the black market getting it? Tell me. So you give me one of the ways that people in the black market are getting it.
Why would I talk about the black market on the internet?
All right, man.
We talking about what's on board. We talking about what's on record.
Right.
We don't talk about black market business.
Wait. Let's let Joanna say her piece.
Yes,
let's let Joanna say her piece. What up, Joanna?
Yeah.
Peace.
Peace, sister.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes. Everyone in the sound of your voice.
I just want to make sure I just want to make sure that I understand what the issue is that you're bringing up, Chef. Earlier, we've gone down so many rabbit holes. We need to go back to your original question. Should we enforce the laws that are on the books now? And I agree with Vic that the laws that are on the books now do not stop gun violence or any violence. Laws do not stop violence. They do not prevent violence. That's why we have people in prison.
So are you saying
the clip that
before, just to make sure
you just interrupted. Interrupted me, Chef.
I know that.
I waited a long time.
I understand, but that's one of my privileges.
But I understand that you're upset.
I'm just saying. So are you
so
saying
you want to get your shit off?
No, I understand. Are you going to answer one
Chef,
or two?
you interrupted me. You asked me to speak. You invited me to speak, and then as soon as I made a sentence, you interrupted me.
Because you're telling me you're not going to
So,
be answering either one of those answers.
She didn't say either.
Chef,
Hold on. She can defend herself.
Chef, I started to speak and you interrupted.
Go ahead.
I'm going to repeat what I said. If your issue is that we should enforce the gun laws that are on the books presently, we already do. They don't work. That's why we continue to have gun violence. And then I said, I do agree with Vic on that point, that the laws on the books do not stop gun violence. I'm going on to say that the clip that you showed with the straw man whose wife bought him the weapons, he was a felon. You've proven, you're, I don't know if you realize, but you're proving our point that the laws don't stop people from getting or accessing illegal weapons. They don't stop people from using them. Background checks. The last shooter who shot up the school, clean record. These laws do not prevent violence. They do not prevent people. You're interrupting again because you don't want to hear anything different.
I heard exactly
and
what
I
you
understand.
said.
I understand you don't want to hear anything different, but the people need to hear it. You still get your points. Still will go on into infinity. The internet's not going anywhere. Your point's been made. Let other people's points be made. Laws do not stop people breaking the laws. You can't regulate morality. The Muslims and the Catholics have tried it. You cannot regulate that. Again, with Vic's point, if I was a felon as a woman out here, I'm still gonna get a gun. Whether it's a straw issue, well, they're all straw issues if I'm trying to get it illegally. If I'm not going through a background check, it's a straw situation. I'm still going to ascertain it. I'm still going to get it. Whether or not I commit a crime with it, that's on me. There are immoral people out here. And this is why I agree with Vic's point that I think, to your other question, which I did answer in the chat, I do agree that it was not a real good question to ask, but I answered it. I said there needs to be new laws on the books where everyone gets a weapon, just like Vic said, because you're not going to stop everybody from getting a weapon. If you do background checks, you're just stopping good people who's never committed a crime, who've never had a felony, who's never had to wear ankle bracelet, who never, stole bubble gum, from getting a weapon. That's all you're going to stop is good people from getting them. The bad people are going to get them. Now, I'll let you speak because obviously, my point is just too long to be heard.
I heard you just fine, Miss Washington.
Nice one. I see what you did there.
It's for you to respond, Chef.
Something that
I don't know if I'm breaking up or you breaking up. Is that me?
I think you're breaking up, Chef.
Can you guys hear me, Vic, Andrea?
I can hear you, Joanna. I think Chef is having a little.
I can hear you.
Books and archaic laws.
So he doesn't have any negative air. Let's just go on. Just let me go ahead and say again to those who didn't hear me the first time. These laws are already being enforced, y'all. They're on the books. It doesn't stop not one crime. Somebody show me what crimes are being stopped because it says if you have a felon, you can't have a weapon.
Okay, let me go again.
Show me.
Okay, you go. Let me. Yo, son. Let me finish. No, I don't need your help right now.
You do need my help,
son. No, I don't. I don't. Let me, son. Man, I ain't hearing shit nobody's saying right now. I want to say my piece right now, bro. Bro, listen.
I'm literally telling you that you cut out just a minute ago, and I want you to start over because
I'm going to repeat it. I'm going to repeat it. Okay.
And now nobody can hear you.
Me now.
No, you cut out again, and that's all I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Take the pressure.
He has two. I see two icons on my screen. Is that the issue?
No.
I see
Can
a
you hear?
live chef, and then I see an avatar chef. Do you all see that?
I just got Avatar Chef right now.
I just see Avatar Chef right
Okay.
So maybe I'm having an issue.
So let me
I'm
clarify.
gonna go
You
out
might
and
be.
come back in.
I think you're all right, Joanna. I think it's Chef right now.
Look.
Andrew, what do you think about what I just
Wait.
said?
Janet, can I say what I'm talking about before we get somebody else?
Everybody go on mute.
Can y'all hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. So what I want to state is this, and I don't want to go too far from the point. Joanna, you made your point. I asked question 1 or question 2. Option 1 or option 2. You selected option 2, and you even put it into the chat. Option 2, you believe that there should be newer laws, and you specifically delineated what those laws are about training and ownership. The only issue that I had with Victor was that the fact that he could not give an answer 1 or 2. So I hear all of what you're talking about. The only issue that I have was him not being able to give an answer. Answer 1 or answer 2. And as crazy and messed up as it sounds when I say it, if I'm posing a question as somebody that's a proprietor of a particular channel, and I'm posing a question to create a specific scenario, then within that scenario, I'm God in that scenario because I'm telling you what it looks like and I'm asking you to make a choice. But what happens is when you pull yourself back super macro and then you're not able to make a choice because, I don't align with that, so I'm not even going to make a choice. It wasn't hard for you, Joanna, to be able to give the choice. And that was the point that I was saying, where you kept saying you agree with Vic, but at the same time, you're making a choice. The only issue that I have was that he was not making a choice. I'm very specific with the issues that I have and the things that I say. But there was no choice being made when I was asking a specific question, which was a choice-based question, A or B. You were able to choose B. And what I took issue with the fact that Victor was not able to choose either. That was it. So y'all go ahead.
Nah, hell nah. Address what she said. Because honestly, all she
Yo,
did was
are you her spokesperson? I just said something. What are you talking about? Address what she said, bro.
Because she said
Come on,
exactly
man. You
what I
caping,
said.
man.
You called her up here to have her speak, and you ain't addressed what she said. All you told her was what your problem was with me. We
I
talking
didn't
about
call her up there. She clicked on the link herself. So I didn't call her up here. She clicked on the link herself, bro. But go ahead, put your cape on. Go ahead.
Talk to me. I'm talking
What
to
do you
you.
mean talk to you?
It's
I'm
me.
addressing
Me and you.
what the fuck
Me
is
and you
going
having a
on here,
conversation.
bro?
Me and you having a conversation.
No.
Now,
We just brought Joe. So wait. So what are you doing right now? Are you minimizing Joanna what she had to say? Because Joanna said a lot, and now you telling me to ignore what the fuck she was saying so I can address you? I'm addressing her, and then you can go after I address her.
Nigga,
I'm
you just said you don't want to address her. What are you talking about, really?
Yo, son,
You
I don't
back
know
and
what the
forth.
fuck is going
Watch
on,
the
bro.
replay. Watch the actual replay, because you all
Bro.
over the place right now.
All
And I'm
right, yo.
telling you just
You
made
watch the replay.
the only point you addressed was your point that you don't like the fact that I didn't want to be your worshiper in a situation where you're God. I got one God, and that's the
All
only
right,
one
man.
that
See,
I
man,
got.
listen, bro. You're on some
No,
bullshit
don't
right
make it,
now,
bro.
man.
I'm making my
You can't answer a yes or no question, my nigga. That's the
that's cap.
problem.
That's
That's the
cap.
problem, yo. You got
That's
to come
all
out
the
of
way cap.
hiding, yo.
That's
You got to
all the
come
way
out of
cap.
hiding, my
That's all
nigga.
the way cap. That's
All
all the
right.
way cap. And this ain't WWE. I'm telling you what's real. Now, what I'm telling you is that in every goddamn episode for the last 2 goddamn months, you got a problem with the fuck way I answer the question. But the fact of the matter is, Joanna just came up here and said exactly what the fuck I just said. Except she was able to quantify her answer, which was the answer. She said she agreed with the fact what I'm talking about. She said exactly what I said about more guns. But I actually answered your question, but she just basically illuminated the fact that I did answer your question. except she was able to say, okay, it's option B. And that's one of those things where if you caught up in your own mind where a nigga got to say yes, no, or whatever the fuck, can you understand what I'm saying? You get the point I'm trying to make, then fuck yes or no. If I'm the kind of nigga that don't answer yes or no questions, stop asking me yes or no fucking questions. Don't motherfucking sit up here and tell me I'm lame.
Well, what's going on here, really?
Hey, hold up, cuz. Hey, what I'm talking about is simply this. She said more guns. That was my answer. The only answer that I know that I've ever seen that has a proven record. The proof of the record is that in Kennesaw, Georgia, there is the lowest crime rate in America. They made the news because every homeowner in Kennesaw, Georgia is not only able to, but required to own a gun. Required. And they have the lowest possible violent crime rate in America, not in Georgia, in America. And I'm saying that if something works here, perhaps it's not a guarantee. It's not a one size fits all. That shit might not work in New York. But that is something that we can build off and that we can try to say, hey, if you say, hey, maybe we should do that and add medical background checks. If we're trying to get answers, I thought that's what we're trying to do, look at shit from different angles and create some answers that maybe we can work with and build off of. I don't want to get caught up in a Vic don't answer questions because Vic answer questions. You just don't like how I answer them.
The question is, should we have more gun laws, or should we enforce the gun laws on the books right now? That was the question. Plain and simple.
What do you think, Mr. Best?
We asking you though.
I already answered.
Right.
Okay, Lock Nation, what was your answer, baby? That's the question.
In my personal opinion, everyone specifically should have a gun in their hand. Everyone. Since you want to go without, I mean, you can't go. I can't even go to a grocery store without, me specifically seeing, like I say, like a white person with a gun, and I'm gunless. So, but sometimes you got to fight with your significant other about having a gun. You got to tell her why specifically you're having a gun, but you're having a gun for protection. But because you never know in specific, days or weeks or months when a person's going to come and do some crazy stuff to you. But, and also my personal opinion, it has all this gun violence. It has something to do with something spiritual, something negative. But I can't go into specifically that. But I guess it is what it is.
I agree with that. People need Jesus. That's part of the problem. It's not a violence problem. It's a lack of spirituality problem that we have in this particular. No, I'm not going to say that. It's not this culture that people are committing crimes and violence all over the world. So there's a lack of spirituality that's missing.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, man. I don't mean to.
If we're gonna say that, hold on a minute. If we're gonna go with that scenario, then if we're gonna go, that's a lack of spiritual.
I mean
spirituality.
What I meant was,
if we don't go with that scenario, then they still had guns. So what is that? We still went to church and people were still dying of gun violence. So what we gonna go with that?
My point, Andrea, is that even if we didn't have guns, people are going to use knives. If they're not going to use knives, then they're going to use crossbows. If they take away the crossbows, they're going to get sticks and rocks. My point is a violence issue. And why do we have a violence issue, Andrea? In my humble opinion, this is just an opinion. No one's written about this. Well, some people have, but anyway, I digress. It's a lack of spirituality, because you're correct. If you take away the guns, people are still going to be violent. Why? There's no spiritualism. There's nothing that people feel that they need to be held accountable to. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Can I build on this, family?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You know, salute to We Unlock. Salute to Sister Joanna Washington. Salute to Lady Andrea. Vic, what up, baby?
What up? What up? What up?
What up? What up? Chef, what's going on? Listen.
Yo.
I'm a man who does his research, and I'm a man who, you know, who loves to just kind of figure things out. I'm very what they call that, objective. I pay attention to a lot of different things. I'm very descriptive. So let me get to my point. I watched a documentary called I think it was Fahrenheit 9/11, and in that documentary it showed how the media uses scare tactics to get us to feel a certain way, to get us to think a certain way, to make us feel like we're not safe, to make us feel like, oh, I gotta do this, or I gotta finance my home, or I gotta buy a gun, or I gotta do all these scare tactics, all this programming that we have, that we've been given, that we've been taught. It's all bullshit. You don't need a gun. You don't need to refinance your home. You don't need a Big Mac from McDonald's. You don't need none of that shit. Okay? You know what I mean? Maybe you do need Jesus. Maybe you need Allah. Maybe you need Buddhism. I don't know what to tell you what you need. But what we need, really what we need, is to start doing what we're doing right now. Communicating. Talking about the shit that's really affecting us. Talking about our traumas. Talking about our childhood. Talking about the shit that we thinking. Things that we believe. Things that we find wrong. Things that we can have solutions on. Things that we love. Things that we hate. Really having communication and really treating people like people. Giving us that love, that respect. You know what I'm saying? That integrity. That's the shit that we need to work on. It's not about whether you have a gun or not. It's about your character. It's about who you are as a person. It's about what you bring to the table. No pun intended. That's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? I've been on this earth almost 40 years. I ain't never have to have a gun. Ever. And I don't feel like I have to have one now. And if somebody is crazy enough to take me out of here with one of them, then it was just my time. And half of the people that we feel like could have possibly helped themselves or could have saved themselves during the tragedy.
You ever been shot?
Hold on, let me finish, Chef. Hold on. Because I lost my father because he wanted to tote a gun. And he just stepping back into my life when I'm almost 40. So I don't need to get shot. I got shot inside instead of outside. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? It's about the person. It's never about the weapon. It's about who we are. And that's what we got to get back to. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. It's a character issue.
I concur. Yo, Loke.
Yes, sir.
Talk about it.
Well, I mean, he's absolutely correct in his stance. However, once we're done talking about it, then what's the next step? Do we go on and express to other people about it? Do we march about it? Do we talk to the churches? Do we talk to the legislators? Do we talk to the mayors? What is the next step that we must do? I mean, we talk about it just as much online.
Thank you.
So, but
Hold on. Hold on. Let them land that plane. Let them land that plane because it's getting to a place where we're trying to get, Andre. Let them land that.
Again, I mean, what are some of the solutions that can we hit home here to protect not only ourselves but our families? Because me personally, I mean, I have a weapon, but it hasn't been used in over a year. But I'm not naive as to think that someone could harm me. You know what I mean? So I had to watch my P's and my Q's. So especially when I have kids. I have two kids. I have a daughter and I have a son. then I have to look out for the both of them. You know, I'm not going to be there always. I mean, if it's not going to be me, it's going to be their mother. And their mother doesn't believe in violence like that. She thinks that you know, God's going to come down and protect my family. I was like, it's more to it than that. It's faith. You got to have faith. It's as small as a mustard seed, but you have to have somebody there. That's why he put me in charge, and he put those who are around me, around my children, in charge. So all I'm asking is, what are some solutions to this thing? Because it's going to get worse before it gets better.
And I thank you for dropping that, because in terms of that solution-based conversation, that's where my questions were based on. So if you want to call it an overarching conversation or a solution-based conversation, the whole question was based on, do we need, in order to fix what's going on, do we need more enforcement of the laws that are there or newer laws? I use you and I use Joanna. We on Lock Nation, I use Joanna. Both of you guys espoused that in terms of the sentiment you were delivering, that new laws in terms of things that would create a safer dynamic for people, be it understanding mentality and be it all of these different things. Would it be newer laws or enforcing the original laws? That to me was the key. If I give you as your doctor a particular prognosis and a treatment plan where you're supposed to take these 4 different pills, each of them 3 times a day, and then you don't take them, and then you don't get better, is it that I need to change your prescription, or is it the fact that you or me as your medical professional did not enforce your usage or your following of the prescription plan? That's the key. That was the overarching rabbit hole for that particular conversation that I had, which was this. When I talk about gun violence, do we need to change the laws, or do we need to actually follow the prescription plan of the initial laws? And that
What I
was the question. You were able to deliver something that pretty much leans to adjusting the laws that exist, which may be creating new laws. Joanna specifically stated option 2, changing the laws where everybody should have a pistol. I build and modify guns, so I'm a gun guy. You understand? I do believe that the laws in place have not been fully enforced. I literally gave one piece that is not enforced, that I believe that it's hard to be enforced because of HIPAA laws, where you can't have your medical information provided just to anybody, any type of merchant. But we're finding people that are getting guns into their hands in a legal fashion, but the feds or the gun dealer did not know that this person had severe medical issues, where even their families reported their mental issues to the police. So I talked about that breakdown within the process. What you state is valid. What Joanna states is valid. What Andrea states is valid. What I state, I believe, is valid. Okay. I appreciate folks that like what you stated and Joanna stated about everybody getting guns. You know, I believe that. I agree with that. But if I had to choose one, the one that I would choose is actually taking the damn medicine that the doctor told your ass to take before you say it don't work because you ain't been taking it the amount of times you was supposed to take it. That's the issue that I have. And like I stated in terms of that God thing earlier, I was being dramatic with it, and I'll take that. But what I'm stating is that if I'm giving a particular question and I'm only given two answers, true or false, true or false, A or B.
I can answer the question.
And that's the only two things that you got. Hold on. That's the only two you got. You only got two shots, a layup or a three-pointer. A layup or a three-pointer. And that's it. And you want to tell me that now I'm taking a shot from the foul line. No. The dynamic was a layup or a three-pointer. And if you say that you don't want to, then that means that you don't want to play that game.
Let me ask you, depending on where you live, what are the laws or where you live? Because I know in the state of Nevada, you can have a open gun. You can buy a gun with do it back on. I gotta read this thing again. Sorry, hold on. It says here, for example, Nevada gun law permits the open carry of firearm without the need, excuse me, of a license or registration. However, people are required to obtain a CCW permit or a carry concealed weapon. And guns are prohibited at, of course, public schools, childcare, VA faculties, airports, and government buildings. So I don't know how it is in LA or Georgia or anywhere like that.
What you're speaking of is a concealed, which is the inability for someone to be able to see your weapon, which is its own set of laws and licenses. And even in places where it's very legal, that is a stipulation that most places make about concealing your weapon. But open carry is very much so legal in a lot of places, and here in Georgia, it is very much so legal.
So,
Vic, I so appreciate your commentary tonight, brother. You are so on point. The distinction that you're making. See, in America, everyone has a right. It is your right as an American to have a weapon. Now, like he just said, in different states, in Nevada, in Georgia, I'm in Arkansas. It's a open carry state. Okay, I have two weapons. I can carry them out in the open. Most states, you have to have a special permit to do that. Otherwise, you go out here, although you have a right to have a weapon, you go out here and people can see it. That is considered against a certain ordinance of that state. Great commentary, Vic.
Pine Bluff or Little Rock?
So
that's a little more specific than necessary.
But listen. Let me just.
I'm in Rogers, Arkansas, sir. I don't know who I'm speaking to, but I'm in Rogers, Arkansas. But the entire state is a right to carry state.
So I want to go back. I want to go back to what We Unlock Nation stated. All right.
Hey, Chef. Whenever I can answer your question.
Yeah, I got you. Let me just, because there was some information that was in there, and you know what I'm saying. I'm not a young dude, so I understand how my memory works. So I want to address something specifically. As far as Nevada goes, We Unlock concealed carriers for legal residents with a Nevada firearm permit and non-residents with a license or permit from a state Nevada honors, right? So in terms of that, everybody can't just carry concealed. Everybody is not just able to carry on the outside or carry open. Open carry is the term that's used. One of the things that I do in terms of my travels and understanding what states that I go to, I pay attention to what's called CCW maps or reciprocity maps. Reciprocity maps let you know what states you can go through or you can go to with a weapon, and which states recognize your state, your ability to conceal carry in your state, open carrying within your state, to determine whether you're able to do it within that state. I know this because when I travel, depending on where I go, I can travel with a firearm. I even did a video called Chef Took a Gun to the Airport. It's very informative as well. Okay. So what I'm stating is that with all of that information, we could talk about the minutia of open carry versus concealed carry and all of that. The initial question was, because what sparked this conversation? I don't even know if anybody remembers.
A little girl
It was about a child that was deleted based on gun violence. And the question was, because we talk about solutions, right? We don't talk about all the reasons the shit don't work. We talk about solutions. So if you had you had road A to take or road B to take, or you had the wilderness, would you more stringently enforce the laws that are that are in place that may not have been fully enforced, or would you create a totally new subset of laws? And I still state that in order to, with ingenuity and with confidence, be able to state one of those two, I think we need newer laws. I think we need changes. Or, what's in place, we need to fix it. I stated we needed to fix it. And I gave a specific point, which was the fact that the HIPAA laws prevent us from knowing if a motherfucker purchasing a gun is crazy or not, because there's no way for the federal firearms dealer, or AKA the FFA, to understand. And we keep hearing about these people that have mental issues that are deleting folks. And these people had mental issues. If they didn't have access to the gun, they would have had access to a knife. They would have access to a car. They would have access to poison. They would have had access to a hammer, a big stone, a fist, teeth, whatever. They would have had access to all of that. So my question was, do we change the laws, or do we enforce the ones that's already on deck? Now, if you choose not to answer, that's okay. But I prefer that you state, I choose not to answer, instead of conflating a whole bunch of overarching other stuff. Because what you're stating is that when I say, yo, would you prefer to do a layup or would you prefer to do a 3-pointer? And you say, yo, I'm an owner. I don't need to do any of that shit. I just need to, we in one place, yo. We in one place.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, yo.
I think it's a little bit of both. I think we need newer laws, and I think we need to fix some things too. And I guess maybe the newer laws will fix it, right? So, since
if you had to choose one,
if I had to choose one,
yes,
I would say
if
newer
you had
laws.
to choose only one,
newer laws.
Okay, so that's 3 people that said they would prefer newer laws, 2 people that said they would prefer stronger policing of the laws that's on duty, and then 1 person that said, I don't know. It's one.
Can I give a reason to my statement, if I may?
Okay, I mean, we agree with the validity of your statement, but if you want to contextualize it, it's cool. Go ahead.
Definitely, thank you. The only reason why I'm saying newer laws is because like I said, I don't think that that's based on me thinking that what I have in my mind as far as people communicating and everything else. I'm not saying it can't happen, but it'll be a long shot. So since people ain't gonna really communicate and ain't gonna really try to work together, and people want to just do their own thing and everybody want to go their own way, then the only way to do it is just to have newer laws. So that's my thoughts on it.
I like to add a piece, and I've been quiet purposely because I want to see what came out of the conversation, because I would like the conversation to go somewhere instead of nowhere. And what Miss Washington was able to bring to light, though I knew it, I didn't elucidate it, but because I got caught in the minutia going back and forth. But in all actuality, um, this straw purchase or black market or any of these other things, in the very first clip, we were talking about someone who was an unsavory character who was looking to exploit weaknesses or holes in an established system. Charleston White is a microcosm of a greater problem. He is not one of a kind. He is everywhere. And the more we get into the technology age, the more rampant people are trying to exploit weaknesses, whether it's trying to steal your identity or anything of the sort. So what we're actually talking about is a broken system. And to say how can we fix the system, tear it down and build another one. And that is where I stand on that. And it does not fit in between A or B, because I think, again, what Ms. Washington said was true. Laws don't prevent people from doing anything. They may give them fear and slow how quick they are willing to go about breaking those laws, or how much effort they go through trying to not get caught. But people who have already decided that they're going to break these laws, whether it's in a crime of passion or if it's outright malice, the laws are actually more fitted or more effective in punishing people for breaking them than they are from preventing anyone from doing anything. Because I would say that, you know, trafficking is a problem, but it wouldn't matter how many laws and how many agencies we have to prevent it. It is still very prevalent, even though we have so many vigilant people who are very much so against it and active and open, and more so than we are with people who are against gun ownership, legal or illegal. So if there's something that most people, you could say most people are aboard being against trafficking, then why is it still so prevalent? And it goes right back to the morality issue. And if you can't fix your morality, then it doesn't matter. There's always going to be someone to exploit the system. And then they're going to make it easy for the people who don't have the wits to do what they do. That's how you get a black market in the first place. These things just magically fall off of trucks that don't exist. And at the end of the day, we've already accepted the fact that if you got rid of all guns, let's make that a new law. How about that? No guns for nobody, including law enforcement. Nobody has a gun. You still wouldn't be able to stop the violence problem. And it's very prevalent in America. We're a very violent people. We're overstressed, and you know, it doesn't really take much to set us off. And the value of life is very cheap here. It doesn't take
May I,
much.
may I jump in there?
Please.
Vic, that was just so eloquent. I don't even think I can add too much more to that. I love the word that you used when you spoke about acceptance. See, we want to be regulators, everyone on the planet. We want to regulate what people do, and you can't do that. So what do? That's why I spoke about spirituality, and that's why I spoke about morality. Now I'm going to go to what Vic said about acceptance. See, our creator made this world the way it is, and actually, despite of all the negative things that have happened, it's a beautiful world. It's a perfect world. Now, what are we going to do about the things that we see that we don't like? And this is where spirituality comes in. This is where acceptance comes in. I accept that as a so-called black woman, I can go out here and I can get deleted. I can get great. I still have to accept those things. My family still has to accept those things. You can't regulate that. Law enforcement is a reactive mechanism. It's not for prevention. It's you call the police after a crime has been committed. Someone is breaking into your home. You call the police. They've already committed the crime. The police don't prevent crime. They come after the fact. See, we have to go to before the fact. And Vic spoke about morality. That's a individual situation. But as regulators, and I put quotes around my word regulators, as regulators, we want to prevent it. You can't prevent it, beloveds. You have to find a way to live in this world as our Creator made it. Now, that's how you be a parent. The gentleman spoke about his 2 children. That's how Chef spoke about how he has trained himself on how to build and take down weapons. He's trained. I'm trained. I don't know how to take my weapon apart, but I'm trained and on my weapon. But I'm also, again, like someone else said, and like I said, you take away the weapons, violence is still going to exist, beloveds. See, we don't want violence to exist. That's, it's existed since Cain killed Abel. This is what we accept. We have to accept it. I'm done.
All right, so let me say my piece. When I take what everybody says, I absorb all of that stuff. This is what I was doing. I was playing a clip, and I asked a goddamn question to folks. And when I say this, I'm saying this to everybody. I asked a goddamn question to folks. And it was question. If you only had to choose A or B, what would you do? So if that's the game that we're playing, don't bring a goddamn basketball to the golf course. This is the game that we're playing. Okay, and I respect everybody's highfalutin, ideals of the way society and life and all of that shit should work. But in this game here that we was playing, it's a specific game. Question A or question B. So you want to play the game or you don't want to play the game. That's the point that I'm saying. We got ourselves into a point where we're 3.5 hours into a stream and we only play, 2-3 videos, right? Something as simple as, would you take A or B? There was an overarching conversation that was supposed to come about from it. But it was, can you answer A or B? If I'm creating rabbit holes of this, that, and the other, and I'm asking this person a question, that person a question, that person a question, and that person a question, A or B? So going forward, we choose A or B, or we choose to recuse ourselves from that particular game. Because what happens is we pull ourselves into a place where we wasn't even supposed to go. It could have been an overarching conversation about the change in people. But we couldn't get there because of the fact that people couldn't answer A or B. That's the only thing. Hold on 1 second. Let me say what I'm saying. Because at this point, we in deep ass water. There's other clips that was supposed to be played that ain't going to be played. So pretty much, this is going to be standing on this shit right here, right? So what I'm saying is, at some point, okay, and I hear everybody that got to say the shit they got to say. You go to the SATs, it's A through D, and then, of course, there's needs more information. But the point is, answer A through D or needs information. I don't need to know about the social construct and at some point, something as simple as, does 1 + 1 = 2, or does 1 + 1 = 3? If you come in and talk about, I don't believe in Western mathematics, then it doesn't support the conversation. It doesn't support the conversation. It doesn't support the conversation. I'm just trying to find out from people. I hear all the extra esoteric shit and all of the extra universal stuff that takes place. But we talking simple stuff with regular people. And at some point, if you can't tell me something makes you feel good or something makes you feel bad, or would you take A or would you take B? At some point, that becomes disingenuous, because what happens is you're choosing to play from a different set of rules, from a different construct or different dynamic that does not exist within the conversation that was created. We talking about being able to shoot the ball, dribble the ball, move, and the rules that are delineated within that construct. And you're saying that I don't believe in travels. I don't believe in such and such because you're trying to get to the goal. Look, yo, we human beings. I know how to think on a high level. You get what I'm saying? But at some point, yo, I'm just talking about A or B. I hear all the other stuff. That wasn't part of the conversation. So I appreciate you and those of you that brought in the extra stuff about the conversation. That's not what this was. And if that was not what this was, and we consistently explain that's not what this was, but you choose to bring that other level of consciousness into it, then what happens is you playing by a different playbook. We just talking a regular old dumbass human being shit. Not the super high thinkers. I'm a super high thinker. But at some point, I got to recognize that everybody ain't thinking like me. So we just asking A or B. And that's all that it is.
I answered. I said new laws. And then I expounded.
And I gave you a kudo for answering, and I gave you a kudo for expounding, right? But then what happens is, in you who actually gave an answer, you decided to give a kudo to somebody that didn't provide an answer because of all of the other esoteric stuff.
I gave kudos to nuance because everything is not just A or B. But if we're forced to choose, I choose new regulations. But I am high-minded enough to understand that these things don't work. A don't work and B don't work. A don't work and B don't work.
You were forced to choose.
A don't work and B don't work. But I chose B.
And you made a decision, right? So 5 of 6.
But my point is neither works.
I just need to know, how old do you have to be to own a gun?
In certain states, it's 18. Certain states, it's 21.
Unbelievable.
21 for a hand pistol, 18 for a shotgun in most places.
Depending on what state you go to.
Why can't it just be 21 across the board?
Because it's hard to federal law that goes across the board throughout all of the states. It's difficult. You can't even get one state to have weed legal and another state to have it legal as well. The federal government can only pass certain types of laws for things that touch their jurisdiction, so to speak. You understand? For instance, it's against federal government to sell, possess marijuana or grow marijuana. In certain states, it is legal. So what happens is, like, for instance, Nevada, Colorado, you can go and you can purchase weed. The thing is, because it's federally illegal, you can't use your debit card or your credit card. No Visa, no MasterCard, no Amex, because those companies are under federal mandate and they have federal sanctions. That's why if you go to any dispensary in the country, you have to pay cash. That's why they will have ATMs within, the business, because you have to use cash, because they're not protected. They are not protected. So
nobody puts baby in the corner.
I don't understand that one.
Definitely not put me in the corner.
That's an old quotable. But anyway, you know,
Something needs to change.
to address what you're saying.
Something needs to
What,
change.
I hear you, bro. When put it like this, when you form a show and we have a particular topic and we're going for a particular angle, I lean back. I don't say too much. I don't overextend because I don't want to expose things that weren't supposed to be exposed. And there's some level of basically that I don't need to know everything to be able to create a level of genuineness in my response during the show. So, you know, you tell me some things and then you make sure you tell me that you're not going to tell me other things so that my response is that of the audience, and that adds the intrigue and the entertainment portion of it. So, you know, I measure my responses in those circumstances. But the potluck is, in my opinion, a more free form stage, which is why even you being the leader of this channel and this show, that there that you don't even know exactly which clips we're going to bring, which is why I make sure that the clips that I bring, I try not to bring anything that would jeopardize the show, because I have a lot more interesting clips that just wouldn't be appropriate, you know, for the channel. But at the end of the day, what I try to bring is me. And when I'm in a relationship, I make sure that I'm the best version of myself, and then I just hope that's enough for my partner. But you know, based on that, you know, I don't when we're coming to a subject, because the gun subject is off the table. We're just talking about form now. So based on form, Andrea presented this clip. We were talking about a young lady who tragically lost her life. And I think that was the point. And then we got on to the cause of it being gun violence. And then you posed a question. Now, keep in mind, I pose questions, Andrea poses questions, the chat poses questions. But normally they're open-ended because they need to be, because we are deep thinkers. And we do tend to go here, there, and everywhere inside of the conversation. That's what we do. We turn the paradigm. That's what we do. So I'm not a person you can put into a corner, even though Miss Joanna actually just expounded specifically on some of the points that I had previously made, which by her conceding to, you know, your request of just saying two, which I wasn't really thinking of it in that manner. Yeah, I guess everyone owning a gun would be new laws, but you know, I wasn't considering it in that form. But you know, because you are so intelligent, I find it disingenuous when I give someone the answer to their question, but they don't like the form that it's in, and then they press me to put it in the form that they would rather have it. So um I think we still got to the answers that we were looking for. And I don't want to belabor the point of basketball and 3-point shots when I just plain and simply wash my hands of it if, you know, my style of hooping, you know what I mean, it's not your cup of tea. But
Understood.
those comments were directed primarily toward me, I believe. I'm not going to speak for you, but I believe that those comments were, I took them as they were directed towards me, because I don't believe anyone else was an offender.
So I
So
say this: if I know that I create an event or an experience where every single person has to bring cupcakes, and we're going to compete using cupcakes. And you decide that you're going to come with a motherfucking 6-layer big ass cake to the conversation, then I consider that disingenuous, because you're not moving within the guise or the realm that was created for this specific event. And the answer was A or B. And if you choose to be as grandiose within your level of thinking that you refuse to answer those, then you should refuse to answer those. But you can't answer within the realm that you're talking about. And we're playing within a different set of rules. So what happens is the answer that you give is not part of what everybody else is working from. It's part of some super high level stuff. And it almost becomes disingenuous, because we all can speak on super high level stuff, but we talking about this or that. If you were faced with this choice or that choice, and when everybody's able to make that decision or make that statement, if I had no other choice, but you're saying I reject having no other choice, you can't even give that. That's a choice that you are making, and everybody else has made a choice or made a statement.
Right.
So you choose to ignore the framework of that situation that was created and create your own framework. That's on you. That's not on anybody else. That's on you, because everybody, including one that's missing, made a statement and spoke to A or B. So you not using A or B as a choice. It's not an inability. It's not a cosmic infarction or you're a universal thing. You chose not to make that decision, or you chose not to let the world know what your true decision would be. And that's your option. It just would be a bit more eloquent or a bit smoother if you've been like, you know what? I don't want to answer that. But then when you come and you bring some other next level shit that ain't nobody dealing with, we dealing with things within this box.
You
and then you create another dynamic. Then what happens is that's the disingenuous part, because the initial answer should be, I can't answer that. Need more information. I would have preferred that answer.
Right. I didn't need more information, and I think I gave a pretty clear and solid answer. And I think if you have a point, a specific point that you're trying to, like, you have an uncooperative witness on the stand, they're not answering the questions in the way that you would like them to answer, you still make your point and you still go home to the ultimate goal that you're trying to get to. I wouldn't let anybody stop me from doing what I was trying to do. So at the end of the day, I wasn't aware of any particular rules that were preset. We were just having a conversation. If it was your clip, I would have been more inclined to answer your question, but because it was Andrea's clip, I was under the impression that normally, like we do, because I pose questions all the time, that it was one kind of like we all pose questions, just like Andrea poses questions. And sometimes we choose to answer them directly, and sometimes we choose to answer it with a question. We answer it however we answer it, because we all have the liberty and the freedom of expression in the way that we choose to express ourselves. So you creating these new rules on the fly to create this scenario. I'll give you a perfect example. You gave me some pushback for not voting. Well, if I don't like the
I didn't give you any
candidate,
pushback for not voting. Don't say that. Don't say that.
allow-
You watch,
allow
you're
me-
gonna
allow
you're
me-
gonna lose in the replay. I told you
Listen,
that everything that you said makes me think that you're one of those people that don't vote, and you agree with it. So I didn't give you any pushback for not voting. You
I'm
can't
not
say
yelling.
that.
I'm not
Don't
yelling
say
at you.
that, bro.
If I'm
That's wrong.
if I'm mistaken,
That's
feel
a
free to correct
lie.
me. If I'm
No,
wrong,
that's not
feel
mistaken.
free.
That's a lie. I told you everything that you stated makes
What
me
is
think you
pushback?
were
What
doing.
is
Hold
pushback?
on. I
What is
stated
pushback?
what you stated
Telling me to hold
makes
on,
you
but I
look
was
like a
talking.
dude that don't vote. And
You
you
want
sat there and shook
some
your
energy?
head.
You just wanted me to argue with you, Chef? It's not going down. I'm
Come
trying to
on,
make a
son.
point, and we're gonna be done with it. Because
But
I'm gonna.
but what you said was incorrect. I
So
didn't make
okay,
any point about you not
so
voting.
correct me after I finish my thought.
I'm not going to answer a thought that based in a fallacy.
It doesn't
I told
matter
you your
if you're
answers made me
saying
think
that
that you would do it. All right, go ahead, man. Just go ahead, yo.
Can I
You
just
do
finish
it.
my thought? Say, hey, nigga, you wrong
Go
about this
ahead,
point,
go ahead,
but I
go
feel
ahead.
you on that one. I can't get to the
Okay.
second point because you're trying to play minutia and technicality games with me. And that's what I'm saying. You be playing that shit. I don't really like that shit, bro.
Nigga, you said that I'm a dude that I told you that something was wrong about you not voting, which is
Did I say something
incorrect.
wrong, or did I say you gave me a little pushback? And
No, I
pushback was the
didn't.
wrong. And I said if pushback was the wrong word, then I correct my statement. If pushback offends you, I was saying that you insinuated by your body language and by you saying, "Oh, there's nothing left to talk about because you a nigga don't vote." You didn't express exactly what you meant by that, but it could be assumed. So at the end of the day, you left it for assumption because you did not explain
I
it.
didn't leave it for no assumption. I'm sitting here asking a question to a motherfucker about if they think we should enforce laws or change laws. And you telling me you a motherfucker that don't vote. So then I'm telling you, oh shit. I'm talking about laws that require voting to a man that's not even willing to vote. So when I realized that and I said that and you shook your head, I was like, okay, I got it now. Now I figured it out. It's the truth.
What did you get?
Right. I didn't make no judgment. It's the truth. I'm talking about laws to somebody who won't vote.
Does that mean that I don't care about laws and laws don't affect me?
I didn't say that. What I'm
Okay,
talking
then,
about
so
is
it's
laws
irrelevant
to
whether
somebody who
I
don't
vote or
vote.
not. That's a personal preference. But what you're asking me is my opinion on a specific subject. So I'm giving you my opinion. My personal voting record is irrelevant. So all I'm saying is that when you give a person two options and neither one of them fits their taste, they're more likely to abscond and say, hey, I'm going to skip the process, which is why you can't hardly get the youth to vote. So the whole idea is that if you present me with two options and I don't see any light in either of them, I'm just going to die of thirst. I'm not going to pick one. I'm not going to pick piss or poison. I don't see any light in either. And I don't feel like I'm being disingenuous, disturbing, or disrooting or uprooting the conversation. If you
No,
wanted
you're
to go
just not
somewhere,
willing to play the game that we're playing. If it's choice A or B, you're not willing to play that game.
Okay.
And I got it now. It makes sense
You don't
now.
you don't
I know.
necessarily have to vote nationally. You can vote locally. That's what you could do.
What you talking about? Oh, you speaking to Vic? We unlock, or you speaking to me?
Yeah, he's talking to me.
Okay.
It's okay if Vic doesn't want to vote either or candidate because
it's okay.
It's the wings of the same damn bird to me.
It's okay.
If he wants to vote locally, that's fine too.
That's not what the question. That's not what the conversation is. The whole point was, I was asking an A or B question. We unlocked. A.
It was
hold on 1 second. I want to just say this piece. I was asking an A or B question.
But we
it was a simple process. It was this. Hold on. It was a simple process. A. Do you believe that our gun laws should be enforced more that exist on the books, or do we need new gun laws? Period. A or B. If you choose not to give an A or B, then you got to abscond from the conversation and recuse yourself, because that's the game. We're not dribbling golf balls on the basketball court. We shooting hoops. So the point is, you shooting the basket or you not. That's the point. I don't need somebody to tell me this is the game. Well, I play a different game. I ain't talking about that. If you had a choice and you were locked into a box, you make this choice or you make that choice, right? You make this choice or you make that choice, right? That's the game we playing. If you don't want to give that kind of answer, then fall back. Because if you want to give some great, magnanimous, hubris-based answer about why you don't align with none of them, give that shit at the end. We playing a game where we talking about A or B. And that's the whole point that I'm saying. There's a whole point that I was going to. But we require this person to make a choice or that person to make a choice. If you got to choose between Biden or Trump, who would you vote for? I don't need to hear the person talking about they would fucking vote for Nelson Mandela. That's not part of who's running right now. That's the piece that I'm making. Okay. So when I say that thing that I said that sounds fucked up about I'm the God of the scenario that I create, you are the God of the scenario you create. And if somebody wishes to play that game, then they walk in and they understand the tools within that game. But if you come and bring me some other shit from elsewhere, that's not part of that game. So like I said, the question was A or the question was B. You wish to answer A or B, or you wish to recuse yourself?
I think everybody.
But when you come with some other shit that changes the game, and you're making it your own game.
Yeah, I believe everybody.
Did anybody ever think that maybe I had some shit that I was planning?
Then say that shit.
I know. Obviously, I got to, right? Go ahead.
I do the same thing every day. I ain't never changed.
But
came the same way. And this ain't the first time me and you had a conversation about you liking or not liking my answers or the way I present them. So by now I should be predictable. And you should be able to Charleston White me and see exactly where I'm coming from, because you're a chess player, and say, you know what? I already know Vic ain't gonna answer this, right? Or there he go on that bullshit. Let me move right past him, because I'm not gonna allow one person to derail a conversation for an hour and a half.
Okay.
So you got the right as a coach to bench that person.
Thanks for the prognosis. I know now. I know now. Now I know.
I'm just gonna say this. I'm gonna be cool with it. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you the real reasons, and this might sound off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you the real reasons why when we have conversations like this, and why everybody's thrown off, everybody's so upset. And this is gonna turn your wheels a little bit. This might say this nigga's crazy, but I don't really give a damn. There's a reason spiritually people are losing their freaking minds. And I blame the eclipse on this. The red eclipse, the red moon on this. It has everything, every fucking thing to do with it. Everything. Spiritually. How we talk to each other, how we present things to one another, and how we lose our families when it comes to negativity, and how we cussing each other out, and we don't know how to act with one another. We never are in position to compliment, cheer on our brothers and sisters to one another. We never practice anything positive. Nothing. There's nothing positive in this world that we can practice on. And that's why we keep losing our minds. And this is one of the reasons why there's shootings in Buffalo, shootings in Oklahoma, shootings in Nevada, shootings in New York, and even across countries in Nigeria. The same thing that happened in Nevada and everywhere else, it happened in Nigeria also. And we're all upset. I understand that. But God damn it, for once in our freaking lives, can we come up with something? Because I guarantee you, it's not going to get better unless we get into a point that we have to be there for one another. At least. I need my brothers and sisters right now. This is what I need. And I know everybody's upset, but this is not going to work. This is not going to help. This is not going to help at all. There needs some be. I'm sorry. There needs to be There needs to be some type of repentance. There needs to be something. If you want to answer, Chef, I'm gonna answer to you. I would like the laws to change. Why? Because preferably the old laws are not working. They're not working. But how will the new laws be compared to the old ones? Put them side by side with one another and compare and see which ones need to be taken out or see the ones that needs to be redone. And then go to your legislator, go to your mayor, go to your governor and say, we demand that these laws be changed. But you have to go to them face to face with this and make sure everybody knows your scenario.
But we keep okay. I hear what you're saying, and I get it. But we keep arguing over this one point. I do agree the laws I think we should enforce the laws we already have on the books. If we put more laws on the books, I think we're convoluting the whole situation. I think the laws on the books could be good, and I think they're working. They're not working right now, and so I just think when you're passionate about things, people gonna get mad. But I think if we put more laws on the books, what about the old laws that should be in place to work? Just enforce the laws that are on the books. But I don't want anybody's rights to be violated. I think you're gonna have a search warrant for probable cause. I don't want anybody. He said stop and frisk. Them people's rights were violated. So let's do our job and do it right. And I have to go.
Something that I carry with me and in my wallet just in case I get pulled over for no reason.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that's your constitutional laws.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a minute. Go ahead.
All right, Chef Vic, I have to go on that note, okay? I'm gonna see y'all later. Okay.
Oh, hell no. What the hell did my wallet go?
Hey, did you have some more? Because I'm on my way out as well.
Before you go, here it is. I carry these two cards with me. I carry the Constitution Qualified Immunity Notice. The other one is Constitutional Right card. All police officers and public officers. The bearer of this card expressly reveals all U.S. constitutional rights and chooses to exercise the 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendment, therefore, into the presence of or detaining and arrest by any public or police officer. The right includes, but are not limited to, the right to maintain silence, the right against the unreasonable searches and seizures without a warrant, the right to lawful the right to lawfully record police officers in public except for Massachusetts and Illinois, the right not to be lawfully harassed or profiled by police officers due to my race, religion, or creed. 5, the right to legal representation. You carry this card on you. You don't say anything. You give it to the officer, and also have a recorder on you, and also have one of those webcams. I carry with these cards with me at all times. You can get these cards at realnoggins.com. All right, and I also have the lawful stop packet, but I forgot where I put that.
What's the name of that site?
realnoggins.com.
You got to spell that.
Okay, it's REEL Nagas, NAGAS.
Wait a minute. Is that a play on words?
No, it's not
Or is that an acronym of sorts?
no. I'll even put it in the private chat.
Yeah, do that. Because yeah, I would like to have those available in certain situations, and what you're actually speaking to is how to protect your own rights when you are uh in a traffic stop, whether you do or you don't own a firearm.
Right.
uh, but yeah, that's a very important part of gun ownership. uh, so being able to communicate with law enforcement when you are encountered, when they are trying to enforce the laws that are on the books.
This
Sure.
is what you need to read in case a police officer stops you over, pulls you over for no reason, searching seizures illegally, or does something to you. You can put a stop. You can put a lien on their bond. You need to read this also. So there's a lot of important information that we need to learn. We need to learn our laws, as we seldom do. Okay. In order to protect ourselves, in order to be in lockstep with these people, because they're gonna toe the line. They're gonna move the goalposts, and when they move the goalposts, we got to move along with them. That's the only way we're going to survive this game. The only way. So go to that website, get the package, read it for yourself. And that's it.
Okay. I heard what you said. Joanna, I see you jump back on. Is there anything that you want to share?
I appreciate that gentleman's we unlock nation.
Yes, ma'am.
Bringing up about the bonds, and this is a part of what real Nathan Daly was speaking about, as far as when people are wrongfully stopped or detained or deleted by law enforcement. What can be done? Because you're right, Chef, that we do want to talk about solutions and not just about what the issue is. And Mr. We Unlock Nation is kind of piggybacking on what real Nathan Daly spoke about the other night when he talked about laws need to be changed where we can sue individual law enforcement who deviate from the standards that they're supposed to uphold. Uh, right now, the state pays for wrongful deletions and wrongful incriminations or incarcerations. And who is the state? We are. We pay taxes. But see, you can deter a lot of these incidents that we're having with law enforcement if they knew that they were going to be individually held accountable. And that's why Mr. Unlock Nation spoke about you can go after their bond. What is he talking about? You can sue them, that individual. And if he can't, because if he continues, if that individual continues to get sued, he will not be able to be insured. Insurance agencies will not insure that law enforcement officer, so they will be no longer able to hold that position. They wouldn't be able to go to this state or that state because the insurance, the bond, won't hold up. You go after their bond, and that's something that we all, as far as a solution, should be able to be educated on, Chef, about what can be done. Now, nothing can be done after, someone was wrongfully deleted, raped, harmed, whatever the issue is. But when it comes to law enforcement making mistakes, negligent mistakes, going after them individually, not the police department, but them as individuals, will curtail a lot of these incidences that seem to violate our own sense of dignity and morality. So I agree with Mr. Unlock Nation for bringing that up. That needed to be a conversation that needs to be held. That needs to be a show on its own. But great point, Mr. Unlock Nation.
No problem.
All right. So,
hey, Chef, I got a split.
Yeah, me too. Don't even worry about it. I got you. Let me just lay it out. I'm gonna give everybody an opportunity to say their goodbyes. So let me just say this. My name is Chef. You know where we at. You know where to catch us. Holla back. Subscribe. Like. Hit the black bell for all, so you know when we going on. That's all I got for you. And then I'm gonna let Joanna, then Vic, then we on Live Nation go, and then we the hell up out of here.
Thank you, Chef, for the show. Thank you for allowing me to come up and speak my piece. Of course, much love, much respect, Rock. No disrespect, honor, and praise to everyone, to the chat. Thank you all for supporting Chef's show. Thank you, Vic, for making some excellent points. And I just want to say salute to you all. Go out there, be safe, love yourself as God loves you. Good night.
Peace, Sister Wife.
Peace. Well, the only thing I have to say is just be careful out there. Just be careful. Just keep doing what you're doing. Cherish. I always tell everybody this. Just cherish everything. Cherish the ones you love. Cherish the things that you do with your loved ones, because you never know when you're going to leave this earth. I mean, you're going to regret it if you don't. I'm like, just be careful out there. Love y'all. Peace.
Peace, love, and light. Vic,
Yeah.
let them know what to do.
It's your boy Victor Freeze Music, all one word. You want to find me? That's what you type in. You'll see an icon look something like this here. We're gonna be going live tomorrow.
Your icon didn't show up.
We're gonna be going live tomorrow, and we're gonna have a NBA final season finale. So if you've been keeping up with No Glove Sports, is a show with me, the sister that just left a moment ago, Andrea Lynch, as well as Mr. Best in the World, and a lot of the other folks that you see here will be through and have been through before. So if you like what we do here, just imagine the sports version of that, and we're going to be getting that on sometime tomorrow. Look for your notifications. If you go ahead and hit Victor Freeze Music and subscribe and hit the all button, you'll get that notification, because that will be sometime tomorrow before 5 p.m. Should be a very good show. So everybody who's regulars, please tune in, and everybody else who may be interested, even if you're not interested in sports, you want to hear this conversation. Peace to the panel. Thanks for everybody who came out today and who stuck around to the end. Through our family laundry, if you will, caught us on laundry day. So nevertheless, appreciate you all for coming for the conversation. Hope you do come back. Please hit the like and subscribe on your way out. Peace to everybody. I'm out.
Yo, what it do? What it do? So let me pull something up real quick, just so y'all understand what it is, and just so certain people don't get it twisted, right? Because it's important that facts remain facts. So let me send this thing right here. All right. So in terms of what y'all saw today, what you saw today was a conversation. These conversations that we have, even the ones that don't take place online or in front of everybody, they can become very heated. The topics we speak about become very heated. Doesn't mean that we lack a certain degree of respect for the people that we speak on. or that we speak with or that we have our battlegrounds with? Hell no. Don't think that you could come to the table and tell me some bullshit about Andrea that's not factual and you come with some BS. I'm gonna defend Andrea. Don't come to me with no Vic stuff. I'm gonna defend Vic, or my heart is gonna lean towards Vic. If you understand Caribbean people, my parents are from Haiti. Every Sunday morning with the pango neg, which is big nigga bread in French, right? And you know, with butter and coffee, there's heavy debates. So don't think that if you see a debate with us, that any form of love is lost. You understand what I'm saying? It's just heavy debates, and we sharing it with y'all. So let me kind of help you fully understand where I'm coming from, right? Hold on a second. Okay. You see this right here? Before the billions, who's my right-hand man on my right side? That's Victor Free's music. Who's on my left? That's real Nathan Daly, and then you got TLA on the end, right? Okay. So understand, Vic is my right-hand man, all right? We're going to go to something else. You see this beautiful roasted chicken right here? You see that beautiful roasted freaking chicken right there with the fresh garlic on the top? You know who is responsible for that? Hold on. You know who is responsible for that shit? Oops. Hold on. Let me see. I can't. So much chicken. We're going to flip. You see this thing right here? This quick wave? Vic brought that to the crib. You see this? Vic brought that to the crib. Vic brought that to the crib. So just in case there's anybody out there that will watch these shows and see the amount of vitriol and fire that we spew during these broadcasts, don't get it twisted. Love is love. And there's a lot more love than y'all would really, really understand. The only thing is just, I guess for likes and views, we just sharing the battles with you. You can agree with me on every point that I make here. You can agree with me on every point that I make there. But you fuck with Vic and Andrea, the agreements don't matter. That's my team right there. You understand what I'm saying? So I want to make sure that it's important that everybody understands. All right. So with that being said, I want to talk about this garden. I keep talking about the garden, the flowers in the garden. I want to explain what the garden is. Within this existence we have, you know, you talk about red pill, blue pill. I don't believe in the dynamics of red pill or blue pill. I'm true pill. We create an environment here within our garden that allows free communication, free speech, free feeling, and the ability to express yourself without worrying about some of the natural harms that come within pop culture communication. And within this garden, as you will, we have two species. One are the flowers, which are the ladies, and the other are the rocks, which are the men. What are the ladies? The flowers. Flowers are the natural life bringers. By virtue of photosynthesis, they turn light and carbon dioxide into oxygen, which we all breathe. We all breathe it, which means that the women within our lives, they take the end results of our breathing, which is carbon dioxide, and they turned it into something that brings us life. That's a beautiful thing. They take our shit, they take our shit, change it, and are able to bring and breathe life back into us. So where do we play? We are the rocks. We sit on the outer periphery of the garden itself. And what we do is we protect the flowers within our garden, the roses, the petunias, the orchids, from mistaken or intentional offending feet. In order to step on my flowers by mistake, you have to succumb to the pain of sharp stone beneath your feet. You know, those little white and brown decorative rocks. That's what we do. We protect our garden. So one thing I say is this: if you come into this garden, be prepared to communicate. But please understand that you come within good faith and don't disrespect, demean, utilize pejoratives to offend any members of the panel or any of the other flowers or rocks within our garden, because you will be met with swift justice. I hope I was dramatic with it. You know what I mean? Somebody asked me to say it. I hadn't said the garden proverbs in a minute. I gave you the long version. But yo, listen. These conversations with me and Vic, man, they was heavier ones. You get what I'm saying? There's no other dude right now that I would want to have by my side than Victor Free's music. Don't get it twisted. Maybe because we hit 1,000 subscribers and we at a certain point, and I feel that I owe a certain level of honesty and truth to you. But I want y'all to understand, that's me trying to force Vic into a level of communication. You feel me? But Vic is the kind of dude that counsels kings. And me, I'm just being human, trying to bring him to tell you certain things. But even in the amount of time that I've known this brother, he was able to counsel me on certain things. That's why I call him my consigliere. He's my right man on this thing, my right hand on this thing right here. You get what I'm saying? So don't ever get it twisted. All you saw was us giving an opportunity for you to see the kind of conversations that we have backstage. You know? Fuck with Vic, you fuck with Andrea, it's a problem. You understand what I'm saying? So I want to thank each and every one of you for being a part of this thing here. The next episode, look, we got to do the layup. It's gonna be the potluck part 2, because we only gave y'all like 2-3 clips. You feel what I'm saying? But I think we gave y'all some heat, you know. And I just pray that Joanna doesn't send any grenades to the mail to me. All right. I love you, Joanna. Peace, love, light, and to every single person that knows what we do. When we send you out of this place, we don't send you out just walking out drunk. We send you out with what? Vibes. We keep you vibing. Peace, love, and light. We out. Oops, wrong video.
Club phone jump, it's the weekend. Dream come true with the big friends. Hitting on doors, that's a defense. Rolling with all, that's an offense. Hit me, change you, let me peach. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop bands. So they won't buy, and I say, so they won't buy you to keep playing. Baby, tell me what you want. Julian, I know you need fun. Ever since remember we been knocking at the door. I be moving paper, we be running up the school. Yeah, before that building, we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit ain't fun. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Pop it, baby. Come roll with me. All night long. As times relax, my mind's relax. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, showing up. I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I put it up. Whoever let you go must be dumb as fuck. Wait for. Girl, you so fine, I pay for. Fly you first class to the lake for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Because I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. My nigga, I killed it. Night long. This the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focused, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga. Prophet the one.
Yo, I would. Yo, first things first. Defects is finna call me because they're gonna want to know why a 6-year-old is up at 1 in the morning. But thank you, love you. Y'all finna get me in trouble. Peace, love, and light. We out.